hop aboard the hype rocket to Planet Awesome Sauce.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream, watch and fail, yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Cozy reading stream, because he loves you. Karaoke stream, prepare your ear holes. Bonus gorilla stream, watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, this kitten could explode.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it. All streams scheduled in Eastern Time. God's favorite time zone. Always streaming horizontal, never vertical. Just the way you like it. Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
I don't know what that last part even means.
Madamus of the Back Library. Why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
Your money is now my money, and I will spend it on hookers.
It's Madamus of the Back Library. He started as just another indie VTuber, but now Madamus is another indie VTuber with YouTube partnership. Channel memberships now available at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
Now including brand new content. Movie and game gift set unboxing stream, destroying value in real time. The Chatamus versus the Madamus board game stream. You better not cheat. Extreme Back Library archive exploration. Why does he even own this crap? Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
Plus, all the content you've come to love.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
Retro and modern game streams.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Yapping streams.
Quit changing the subject.
Karaoke streams.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library. Become a member today.
Greetings, brohams with the dealio. Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in Hiraki. Welcome in Judd. Welcome in Luciano. Welcome in Timmy Chu. Welcome in Red Bernie. Welcome in Daylin. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you are lurking, welcome. Oh, Ear Trumpet. Bless you. Thank you for the gifted membership, Ear Trumpet. Welcome in, Ear Trumpet. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Yay, it didn't get stuck. It worked. It worked. It went to someone.
I want you to join our little family.
Okay, well, all right. I got to fulfill an obligation. Okay, we got a new member, Sliver of Nope. Sliver of Nope. Ooh, woo. All right, my obligation's finished. Matt, there's Power Rangers on Fortnite. I got the yellow one. Congratulations. You said you wanted the yellow one, right? Great. Awesome. Yeah, I had heard they'd ask. See, and this is why I need to go ahead and start doing Fortnite and try it out. But welcome in, everyone. If you are currently lurking, thank you for lurking. If you are VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Please consider comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Yeah, I see that here. Yeah, you are early. Yeah, wow. So am I technically. But thank you so much. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning for the gifted membership. And once again, I'm so happy it went through. So happy it went through. I have no clue about Power Rangers. Really? Oh, man. I would love to do a deep dive on Power Rangers, but I feel like I am not equipped for it. Because all I know pretty much is the first season through Power Rangers in Space, and especially like the first season. It was yellow. Got it because Pikachu. Nice. Nice. Sticking out my gap for the Matt Rizzler. No! He's so boomer tax. He just wants to be your ball. No! Oh my gosh. All right. So, Jennifer, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. Let me so for those of you who missed yesterday, what's your opinion of the Power Rangers movie of 2017 if you watched it before? Never seen it, Judd. I have never gotten around to watching it. So there we oh, and not you too here, Trumpet. Oh God. All right. I got so here's the thing. I had an extra slot to fill. I had an extra emote slot to fill, which is a great problem to have. Problem was the only emote I had was the one Jintai sent to me, which was the GAT emote. So, yeah, I didn't want to lose the slot. That's all I could say. But you know, I gotta say, I love the way you change your username every time there's I love the way you change your username for the meme. Lucy, you still have to play, you still have Fortnite play with Matt one day. Yeah, gosh, we gotta do it. That was one of the membership promises. There are so few of the membership promises I've gone through. I even hit the Gator Meat one. We still need to do the Canon underwear. Oh dear. We still need to do the Gator Meat. I deleted Fortnite to install Battlefield. Yeah, doesn't Battlefield isn't it like pretty large from what I understand? Play with me and Kimmy and Lucy. I want to. We got to do that. We've got to do that. I mean, it's one of the membership goals. You could do both. Yeah. I will do it. We will do it. Oh, Call of Duty is large. Okay. Battlefield 6 is like 30 gigabytes. How many gigs do I have? Oh, I've got enough for that. Fortnite is like 100 gigabytes. Ooh, okay. I might have to free up a bit. Because Call of Duty is 300. Wow. Battlefield 6 was 30. My hard drive's on my gaming machine. I want to say between both of them, I maybe have 100 gigabytes left. So I'll have to do some shifting around, or I need to just add another SSD. Oh, Megs, welcome. Oh, that emote. Welcome in, oh, Megs. Welcome in. What else was I going to mention? I don't even know. I am so lost now. It's like I had the stuff ready in my brain. My tiny smooth brain had all the stuff ready to go and talk about when I start streaming, then boop, it's gone. Oh, well, first of all, I just want to say, is it just me, chat? Okay, a lot of you are in the know more with the VTuber circles than I am. Is it just me? Or have there been a lot of hiatuses don't bother me because I figure a lot of people need breaks. Is it just me, or have there been quite a few graduations lately? Because especially I keep seeing graduations. Maybe it's just my feed going nuts, but I've been seeing stuff from Irium. You talk about the mass graduation from Globey. No, I haven't even hit that one yet, Omegs. I just keep seeing a bunch of, with Niji especially. I keep seeing a bunch with Irium even. Okay, what I miss? It's weird because of other reasons. I have a Call of Duty account, but literally don't have a computer to play it on. Gotcha. I think it has mobile apps, but I haven't looked into it because mobile is largely useless. Gotcha. Sticking out your gap for the Matt Rizzler. He's so boomer tax. He just wants to be your ball. Oh, that's an unfortunate copy pasta. Is that what it's called? is it called a copy pasta? Did the I'm not a boomer get that one right? Yeah, I haven't even paid attention to the Globy one. I don't see much. Okay, then maybe it's just me, Red. It might just be a bunch of these Irium ones I'm seeing. I only follow a few now. Well, that could be it then. And of course, vtuber. Yeah, gotcha. Let me go back. Yeah, quite a few Irium members have decided to graduate. And at the same time, at least 5 Globy members are going, okay. Flash Viewer, welcome in, welcome in. Jennifer, I have seen a lot of VTubers go on a hiatus. Okay, not of the G word. No, I didn't call you boomer. Just bald. No, boomer tax is real. Oh, Lord. I don't like saying graduation. Yeah, I do too, Jennifer. I feel the same way. I hate it. Every time, and I always feel like I'm rubbing salt in it, and I've posted it at least once, but every time I see someone post it, I just get tempted to repost. There's a Ric Flair clip I repost occasionally on Twitter with him from, I don't know, probably about 15 years ago now, but Ric Flair going, "I'll never retire! Never!" Yeah, graduation's always hurt. I think it just happens to be poor timing, and it looks like graduate. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. And the Irium thing, what's interesting about the Irium ones I do want to mention is the ones I've seen from Irium, they're like, they're not real, because they make it clear. Like one of them I read today was I'm just graduating from Irium, but I'm still going to be streaming under my previous persona. Well, I don't really look at that as a full-on, you know. To me, that's just, I don't know, transfer? Instead of graduating, you're transferring to a new school? I don't know how else to put it. Vtenchi dissolved like Vivid too. Really? Okay. See, and I don't even know who those ones are. There are so many. There are so many of these small ones out there, and I don't know anything about them. Oh, yeah, then you're talking about the Bond Irium. Really? Is it Bond? Oh, my gosh, not a Bond thing. Remind me, what is graduations again? I thought it was good. No. It's another word for resigning or quitting, leaving, saying goodbye. Reincarnation to me. Yeah, reincarnation will work. Yeah. Or the isekai word for the anime thing. Some of them are graduating, leave Bond, go indie. Where have I seen that happen before, Omegs? That's, oh God, that emote. Where have I seen that happen? That sounds familiar, Omegs. That sounds very familiar. Oh boy. Second verse, same as the first. I just, and that's one of the, I don't want to get into all this, but you know, Bondy end, I feel like Bond had it all, and I don't know what happened there. G-word sounds like some sort of cyberpunk ceremony in Logan's Run. Yeah, they're gonna put them on that spinning wheel. They're all gonna be hanging above the thing, getting lasers shot at them. But you're correct, lots of them this month. Yeah, isn't this the time for back to school? Not leaving school. Y'all are supposed to be doing this in May and June and whatnot. That's when it's supposed to happen. Not now. It's not even September, man. You haven't been to the bookstore, bought your books for the next courses. Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me. It has caught my eye, and it's. God, it's so weird. I don't know. Some of it, to me, retiring makes... Yeah. Retiring. Yeah. I understand the deal with idol culture. So the whole term, for those of you in chat who don't know, and I only understand it a little bit, but enough, the G word, it refers to idol culture in Japan, and the idea that you reach a certain age, so you essentially, you graduate. Not actually this, but I'm graduating equals I became rich, so I don't need you anymore. Sayonara Simps, money all spent later, I'm back Simps. Yeah, not usually, but yeah, I'm confused. I thought you are indie. I am indie. Judd, but I still keep an eye on the corpos. For one thing, because I may eventually wind up with one. But I try to, I'm not obsessive with it, but I try to keep my finger on the pulse. I think it's smart for anyone who does this to have a basic idea of what's going on. He's so indie. Yeah, no, you're right, Omegs, man. No one's going to touch me. I still haven't put together my new sizzle reel. Oh my gosh, I was though today. Even though I'm half dead from I'll touch. Oh God, he's so sus. No. Okay, I'm sorry for asking you. No, it's okay, Judd. I don't mind the question. No, Max. Gosh. No, I don't mind the question. I don't mind the question at all. I think the ones who, people who probably get upset about the question are ones that have become indie under unfortunate circumstances, because there are a lot of, so there's a couple classes of indie out there. There's the indies who just who just are indie. And no, oh, that is so horrid. Oh, Red. There's the indies who just are indie, and there's ones who were essentially forced to become indie because they either had to leave their corpo or something happened, or in any case, they left their corpo, and so they find themselves becoming indie. And a lot of them, you could tell that they're grasping, wanting to become corpo again. I mean, a good example was the one who became Umi Kyoku, and I know she wanted to get back into corpo, and she did, because she's kind of split between two personas at the moment. Umi Kyoku and Avaricia Hawthorne with Variance Project, which isn't full-on corpo, but it's a VTuber group. What am I missing here? Oh gosh! For your Sailor Suit 3D model, no! Oh gosh, my ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. I am liking this just because you donoed. I am not liking it because I agree with it. Does that mean Madamus is an idol? Oh, that's where it's come. Where's the Sailor Moon style miniskirt 3D model then? It's in the shop. It's coming. I'll be sure to talk. I'll be sure to talk to Moo about that some year. Oh dear, W. Yeah, W, thank you for the dono ear trumpet. Really appreciate it. W super. Oh my gosh. Like it all the way. No! Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true, Daylin. Man, that's probably like a secret summoning phrase right there. And once again, congratulations to Moo, who designed most, not all, but most of my emotes. Congratulations to her on the capybara outfit that is now being used by Rhea Sumire, the capybara model outfit. Fantastic. And I know it's something that Rhea Sumire wanted, because Matt, gonna look very bonita. No! I know that's something that that capybara's win. I know that's something that Rhea wanted, because at one point during some stream she mentioned about originally wanting to be a capybara VTuber. And I mean, that not being in the cards when she joined Bondi in at the time. So yeah, that's awesome. Speaking of which, I need to email Moo. Oh my gosh, I don't know how many months it's been. I think it's been about like 6 months now, or maybe 9 months since I put in a commission for some artwork. This is before she did my emotes. Cappy Gang, a must-have indeed. I had put in an artwork thing, and I told her no rush. And then when I would remind her about it, it was always an oops, I forgot, I'll have it for you next week. And I'd always come back, hey, no rush. I just want to make sure it's not forgotten. And then suddenly, and then it's like every time I said no rush, it was like taken 100% seriously. Okay then, no rush. Oh, 9 months Pregamus. No, not the Pregamus. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's cursed. I guess, I should be happy, Daylin, that I should be happy that Jintai, when Jintai did that emote, I should be happy Jintai did a GAT emote and not a Prager's emote. Oh my gosh, if Gentai would have done a Pregamus emote, I think I'd be dead now. I think at that point, I'd be graduating. That would be my graduation. You see Moo say, hey, for me in chat. I will, Judd. Moo is super busy. Moo has been super busy. So I know she's got tons of commissions and everything else. So, what else was I going to mention? Oh, so today I did the, oh my gosh, Moo, take my money and break this bed. No, with a gat like this, you'll be pregnant. No, forbidden, verboten, Pregamus, no. Oh gosh, and Jennifer's an artist. Oh god. Weather, hot weather. Oh yeah, I did the mowing thing today. Holy crap, it took longer than I expected. And then I passed out too. I didn't wake up until like 8:30 because I didn't get much sleep last night. Oh gosh, no. He loves to make up the best idea for new modes. I don't mean to, Omegs. My brain doesn't catch up to my good sense. They're like completely disconnected. Make member go to you said no. Oh god, this is the most cursed thing ever. This is the most cursed. Y'all making sure I'm never gonna get. Y'all just decided, hey, let's make sure Matibus never gets with any corpo ever, unless it's definitely an 18+ one and then some. Pull apart with tentacles. Oh my gosh. I probably shouldn't, but I am tempted to search R34 to see if I can. No. Oh my gosh, if that was ever. No. Oh my gosh, he's falling. No, my heart. You want to know what my heart says? My heart just says, where's the buy screen? My heart says, how do I get out of this? My heart says, says something. Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, that's what my heart was saying. And thus Matt remained indie due to his chat. Oh my gosh, that could be. Give Jen and Kimmy some time. Happy retirement, thank you. It'll be out there. Oh my gosh. Y'all are. I am so weird. I mean, I am so worried now. Hiatus from Parego. No. Oh my gosh. Cabba says, welcome in. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. What did I walk in on? I clicked for Game Boy. I hear R34. Well, we started doing a simple chat, and somehow it led to talking about emojis, and somehow it led to Prego art, and now I suddenly want to graduate. But welcome in. Hope you are having a great Tuesday night, a great early week, whatnot. He went Freakamus on us. Oh no, it wasn't intentional. No. Oh God. Oh, it just keeps getting worse. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. I can't breathe from laughing. Be right back. Bless Jennifer. We are say so until Matt brings it up, but brings it up the Sussemus. No! I just thought of a good idea for Thanksgiving and make a turkey outfit for Matt. Just kidding. I wouldn't mind having something like that. It's getting something like that for a Vroid model that's a problem. Stuff like that's a lot easier with Live 2D, at least from where I am. Matt, even if you graduated, be immortalized. Oh God. Hey, remember that one indie VTuber? He was only on for under a year, and then the whole Mpreg thing happened. Oh man. Please remember that the NSFW needs to be reserved for the PC98 streams. Yo, I wish I had it. Well, I kind of wish I had a PC98. I've watched streams of it. I think the PC98's awesome, but I don't think I could afford to be spending on another system. Bro, don't need a full moon. No! Oh, I'm the most say-so. Oh my gosh, he's only full goon without the moon. No! What have I done? Oh, by the way, There's a poll. Will some of those games have PC ports if that helps? Really? I'll have to look into that. Thank you for letting me know that. I'll look into that. I've only, gosh, most of the streams I've watched, I'm trying to think who I've watched PC 98 streams with. I want to say, I know, I'll go ahead and mention some other VTubers. I know Amiya Aranya's done some PC 98 stuff, and I know, I want to say Super Meche, who I don't get to watch very often. But yeah, I'll have to look into that. Thank you. Although I'll try to avoid the NSFW ones. We don't need more NSFW. We need wholesome and say so. He said poll. He wanted poll. Wait, no. There's a poll, chat. You can vote on it. I'm just setting up the time. Amiya's nice retro gamer VTuber. Yes, streamed some of my Satellaview restoration material. Has she? Nice. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've been Amiya Aranya has been a big influence with me to continue doing the retro stuff, even though I straddle the fence between retro and some modern. She makes me feel like retro you could really make a go with. Even Jesus can create a miracle in your belly. No, oh Megs, and that's not going to happen. And that is a miracle that's not going to happen. Straddle the fence phrasing. Yo, I cannot win tonight. I cannot win tonight. Oh my gosh. So yeah, okay, something, the poll for the watch along. Okay, real quick. He's on some, okay. I got, it must be in the Game Boy. Schedule. I know a good game for chat. Nancy Maple, but don't play it now because Jum is playing the game. Nancy Maple, not familiar with it. I'll have to look into it sometime. Looking at the schedule for the remainder of the week, chat. Wednesday, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we're going to be doing our Wednesday stream. Jurassic Park on NES, which I have played briefly. I've never played all the way through it. I can't promise we'll get all the way through it. Tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, first time playing Getting Over It. Thursday, Escape from Monkey Island. We will be continuing. Friday, I'm taking off this week unless I decide to gorilla, but I don't think I will. I need a break, chat. I hate doing it, but I need a break. Oh, I hate breaks. I hate breaks, but I need to. I can imagine it now. Poll. Whoa, wait, what? No, I missed it. Oh, I can't find it now. Oh, he already deleted it. Where is it? Why can't I find the message? Oh, I can't even see it now. Oh, that's so cruel. Bernie on. I missed it. I missed it. Oh, I missed it. Bernie on next level stuff. And I missed it. Dinosaur enters the car and it is Rip Newman from Seinfeld. Yep. Take a break with a Kit Kat bar. Yeah. I do need to rest my throat, though. That's the problem. Well, then why didn't I take a break at the beginning of the week? I don't know. Reasons? Oh, and just a reminder also, real quick, next few weeks, and this has to do with the poll at the top of the screen, just a reminder, when you vote in the poll at the top of the screen, chat, you're voting for the time for this. We are going to be watching in the next few weeks Mr. T's Be Somebody or Be Somebody's Fool. Pure cinema. He's looking for, yeah, I tried and I couldn't even get it to let me. I can't even get it to let me. Yeah, it won't even give me the option. Even though I run the channel, it won't let me see it. All right. And it's because you know why? It's because I put you as a managing moderator. That's what it did. Okay, I'm looking through this now. All right. Okay, there we go. Thank goodness but library bot saved it. I can imagine it now. Pole dance for rigged up on Tinabot. No. Oh my gosh, bruh. Oh, you voted. Thank you, Judd. Yo, Red. Chat. I think we're gonna go ahead and head to the Handcam. We're gonna head to the Handcam now. Oh, let me turn the BGM on. Oh, you two have voted. Thank you, Flash Viewer. I'll take a look at it later. I know earlier in the day, the one on, because there's a poll on Twitter also, and I know the one on Twitter, it was sort of, I want to say 7 p.m. was leading, which I kind of found surprising, but that works. Okay, is it working good? Okay, so chat, about the Handcam. We have gone back. Let me make sure my stream health's okay. We have gone back to the dock cam. Tell me about the comment. No, I'm not gonna repeat that one. The more I look at this table, the more I feel I've seen it on Amazon. I don't remember where I bought this desk. I have an L-shaped desk, chat, which I love. I just wish it had some sort of a nook or shelf system on it. Oh, so I went back to the Handcam. I think I got it from Newegg, maybe. Yeah, I got it from No? Yes, no. Oh, Megs, you're right. I did get it from Amazon. I did get this desk from Amazon. Okay, so chat, we're back to we're back to using the document camera. The Handcam we used with the gift set unboxing streams wasn't that great. I am going to look into getting a different Handcam. I know which webcam I kind of want to do, and it's the same one I use for my facial capture. You can buy an under the desk shelf from Amazon. Yeah, well, the problem is my under the desk is already filled. I need something over at this point because I got so much under already. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do what you've suggested, Megs, and open up a throne. I know I keep saying that, but I'm hoping, I don't know if maybe even Friday I'll work on that since I've taken the day off. I do want to go ahead and open up a throne, as much as I hate, doing it. But for an up system and maybe SSD for an extra one, and for a different Handcam, because the document cam is great, but it's very limited as far as how much distance I can get. So like when it comes to the gift set unboxing streams, I can't get it far enough up unless I can find some way to secure it. I still want to work with that too. I want to work with it a bit more. Whoa! Oh, Megs, bless you. Thank you for the super. Thank you for the $5. Really super appreciated, oh, Megs. Bless you. Bless you, oh, Megs. Okay. What about the mic arm? Can you attach the camera to it? I tried that before. With the document camera, I can't because it is hard connected to an arm already and I can't remove it. I looked to see if I could remove it. The problem I've got, I could make this camera work, but I need to, well, almost knocked over all the cartridges. I need to secure the base. I need to secure the base so that I can move it up. Whoops, I bumped it. So I can move it up further. Oh, Meg's gonna send you chocolate and flowers. No! Meg, man, that's my worry with Throne. My worry with Throne is I'm gonna get all these recommendations for gifts that are just gonna freak me out. Is this on? Okay, there, it's off now, good. Okay, all right, let me start with the cartridges, chat. And we're going to start with a bootleg. My only bootleg Game Boy cartridge, which I had to replace the battery in, and the replacement battery's probably dead too. Surprise gift is going to be me. No! All right. Let me turn on a light here, see if that helps a little. Yeah. All right, let me focus it. Wait, bootleg has batteries? Yeah. Yeah, this bootleg does have a place for a watch battery. It's my only bootleg, and it's Pokemon Green. And the label's gotten all funky too, and that isn't because of being heat exposed, it's just over age. It's gotten really funky. Gotta catch them all. Well, I only caught the bootleg. That is my only. This is my only Pokemon game I own. That's it. And I've never played it other than testing it and finding out the battery doesn't work. Does it play like Pokemon? Yeah. It's, as far as I know, I think it's one of the Pokemons that didn't get released in the US. So is this bootleg one with that fan translation of Pokemon Green that went around where the characters would cuss? I do not know, because I have had this cartridge. This cartridge has been in my family, I should say, for probably 20 years. This cartridge has, my family has had this one probably for about 20 years, because I picked it up when I was a super tiny Madamus, and I picked it up because I knew Green was the one that had not been released in the US. So, yeah, I don't know anything about the translation. If we play it on stream sometime, we'll know. In fact, here, let's switch to the gaming PC, and we'll look up some we'll look up some screenshots of it real quick. The leaf green one. Is it leaf green? Okay. Nice purchase. Oh, Inichi, welcome in. Welcome in. We are just looking through Game Boy cartridges tonight. Nice purchase. Thank you. Yeah, it's the only bootleg in my library. Leaf Green is, Leaf Green's the GBA remake. Gotcha. Okay, lurking. Alrighty. Thank you for the lurk. Let's see. Oops. And there went the BGM. Where did the Okay. All right, hold on. There it is. Oops. I'm not cute. I'm effing adorable. Really? I love Gen 1 sprites. Welcome in, Zudi. Welcome in. I'll take your word for it. I have, much to the chagrin of everyone who watches and of my mods, I've never played any Pokemon. Okay. Pokemon Green. There it is. Pocket Monsters Midori. Okay, so this is the one that it is. OG Pokemon Green has even earlier Gen 1 sprites than the one in the USA Red and Blue, which are both based on the Japanese Blue. Oh, okay. So it was 1996. It is on the DS. Game Boy screenshots. You know, we all gonna quit? No! Ooh! I wonder if this has the, ugly by look. I don't think they're that bad. I see what you're saying, but I don't mind old school sprites. It doesn't bother me. I mean, hell, I still play I got an Atari system I touch every now and again. The XEGS. Pulled it out for my, one of my subscriber milestones at one point. Okay. I wonder, chat, if this cartridge, this bootleg, has the Super Game Boy stuff. Which would be this border and the limited colors. I got a wooden 2600 myself. Nice. I almost picked up the, not the 2600 plus, but the 7800 plus from Atari when they had a special on it. I really kind of wish I would have, because I love the design of the, so I love the wood grain. But I also love the look of that 80s look of the 7800. That'd be neat. Yeah, the 7800. They had it on last Prime Day for like $50, and I passed, and I hate myself. Let me switch back to. Why am I going into all this? Let me go back real quick to the Handcam. Okay, so that's the Soul bootleg. And while we're talking about unofficial, official, my only legal reissue on Game Boy, I've shown you some on NES, like Metal Storm from Retrobit and Dead Tomb from Limited Run Games. You can't play it because it's in Japanese. The one I have is translated, Judd. The one I have is translated. I just don't know what translation it is. Let me move this back up a little, give myself a little more room. Okay, the one legal reissue I've got, let me pull it back a little more, is Rodland. I already did a stream playing the NES version of it. This is the Game Boy version of Rodland. I still have never popped this cartridge in. Rodland was, it was an arcade game. The ports were never released in the US. So the Game Boy port and the NES port weren't released in the US. I already played the NES one on stream quite some time ago. Can I get this thing open safely? Yeah, I can. Okay, I'm gonna open this one up just real quickly on stream, the box, just because it's a... No, I'm not. Yeah, yes, I am. Hell with it. All right, I'm trying to get this open, chat. It's fancy. Oh, it looks cute. Yeah, it's the one where I had... I think you were there for the NES one. I want to say you saw the NES one. It was an afternoon stream, and it was... I can't get it out of this acrylic package. It's a really nice box. It's, instead of being a flap, it's magnetic. If I can get it to open. Yeah. Really nice packaging on these. And it's a silver cartridge. Afternoon. Yeah, I would swear you were there. Maybe you weren't, Kimmy. Maybe you weren't. Maybe I'm confused. I could be confused. I'll pull up screenshots momentarily. It was a long time ago, so maybe not. Yeah, my apologies if I'm getting confused. It was one, I know there was, because there was a character in it I remember referring to as the fairy godmommy, where we kept spelling the word and we would get the fairy godmommy to pop on screen. That sounds really creepy, doesn't it? Let me pull up Rodland. Rodland. Confused Madamus? Nah. Yeah. Okay, screenshots. Yeah, the NES one that... A fairy godmommy... Yeah. Okay, yeah, this was the NES one that we played. If only Game Boy boxes used a sturdy material like that. Yeah, I know, Zudi. Ditto for NES and SNES. I mean, Retrobit now does a really good job with their legal reissues. Their old ones weren't. Because I could tell you my copy of my Metal Storm, the cover got bent, and I couldn't do it. Does the fairy godmommy go, I can't do that. No, I forget what she did. I don't even remember what she did. I think she gave me more lives or more hit points or something like that. Do you have the Super Mario? Yes, we'll get to that momentarily. Fairy godmommy, sorry, fairy godmommy, sorry. The screenshots though, real quick on this. The Game Boy one. Oh yeah, here's the fairy godmommy on Game Boy. But I haven't played the Game Boy one on stream yet. So we'll do that on a future stream, because I would like to. I would like to do that. All right, let me push this to the side and push other to the side. Okay. The next one is exactly going to be what Red mentioned. Red mentioned Super Mario Land. Let me lower the camera again to cartridge level, and I'll have to refocus. Okay. So, Super Mario Land. Sadly, I do not have a boxed copy of Super Mario Land. Just the cartridge. Step on me, fairy godmommy. No! But Rodland is a fun game. It plays like, it played like, Bubble Bobble. A true classic. Yeah, it's good. You were there. I thought so, Kimmy. See? Small, smooth brain, but it's the brain of an elephant. Well, no, that's not true. I forget everything. Do you remember Fairly Odd Parents, and you have any DVDs? I've never seen Fairly Odd Parents. I've heard of it. I've never watched it. Sorry, Judd. Never watched it. Yeah, we'll play this on stream someday. The graphics on Super Mario Land always seemed a bit weak to me, but it was a fun game. Dang, you may be old, but you got a great memory. Not that great. I just remember my chat because I love each and every one of you. Super Mario Land 1 and 2 is so different, aren't they, though? Yeah, in fact, let me pull up a screenshot of that. Super Mario Land. cut over. I remember playing Super Mario Land between 89 and 92. Gotcha. I don't know when I first played it. Can't tell you that. Wait, Luciano. Wait, what? Oh. I don't know what I said, but that's scaring me. Somewhere around that time, I mean, gotcha. Yeah, this was Super Mario Land. Not the most impressive graphics, but it was fun. And I remember instead of fireballs, you had a ball that bounced. So you had a bouncing ball you would shoot, and it would potentially bounce all around the screen. And it could. You said you remember chat. Oh, gotcha. Well, I remember you, Luciano. Yeah, I remember a lot. I don't remember all, but I remember a lot. Like I've said before, I remember the first, Elite was, I think, my first chatter, and that was Elite Trainer, who I haven't seen for a while. He was in my second stream, and then third stream, it was Haunted Mari, and Red was lurking that day. I wonder how the screen capture was done. This I don't know. I do not know with that. Because that is not the border that's on a Super Game Boy, unless it's a Japanese Super Game Boy. Yeah, I don't know. Because that is a different border than the normal, I don't think. Yeah, because the US Super Game Boy did not look like that. I bought them recently from the flea market. Oh, the Mario Land's nice. Very cool. I don't think any of the Super Game Boys look... Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Might have been emulation because it's really clean. Which is fine, I'm not against emulation. And it doesn't quite look like a wide boy either. Okay, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay, let me go back to the hand cam. I'm gonna be up and downing with this thing. Okay. Speaking of, I know, Red, you just said you found him at a flea market. That's good, Red. I keep telling myself I need to hit my local flea markets. It was a launch title, I think, pretty impressive. I don't know. Was it a launch one? I know the launch. Let me look that up. Okay. I can't remember. Definitely not Super Game Boy. No, I didn't think so. Okay. Let me double check. I want to see if it was a launch title. Yeah, because I know Tetris definitely was. Game Boy launch titles. That's awesome you found that. Fruit Punch Bicycle, welcome in. List of Nintendo Game Boy launch titles. North America, yeah, it was, okay. Japan, yeah, it was Super Mario Land, baseball, tennis, Tetris Alleyway, which was, just another breakout. Mom was really good at Tetris on Game Boy. Yes. Oh, thank you for remembering, Kimmy. Yes. Hope you are feeling better, Fruit Punch. And Europe, they had Castlevania Adventure before they had Super Mario Land. That's interesting. Aiden, welcome in. Feeling a bit better? Good to know. You made it. Nice. But yeah, that's awesome you found. I need to start hitting some flea markets. Speaking of Super Mario Land, I do have a boxed copy. It's a little crunched on the top, but I'm lucky enough to have Super Mario Land 2. Mario Land 2 is really good. Yes, it is, Red. Yes, it is. And it's a big step up. It is a big step up from the first one. I went to see a movie. Really? Which one, Aiden? Hope you had a good time. Let's see. Super Mario Land 2. 6 golden coins. Fantastic Four. Oh, really? How was it? I've heard mixed things. As you can see, it looks more like the Super Nintendo ones. But on Game Boy, it was a huge leap. Super Mario Land 2 was a huge leap graphically over Super over the first Super Mario Land. And it is also the game that introduced the world to Wario, although Wario was a villain who had a grudge against Mario. Yo, you can find some crazy stuff at the flea market and people don't know the value of it. I need to start checking, Red, because I was always under the impression that in this day and age, people had kind of figured out the value of things with the internet. So I'll start doing that, Red. Thank you. Because I know eBay, everyone knows the value, and you can't get any good buys hardly anymore. Except for one recently that I got because someone miscategorized it, so they didn't know what they had. Looks like Super Mario World design. Yeah. In fact, my first thought, I remember looking at this was, wow, I wish they would have done another Mario game on NES and sort of adopted these designs. Link's Awakening looked like SNES on JB2. Yeah, pretty close. It did. Moving on, let me go back to the Handcam. I'm not going to pull up screenshots of all these, by the way, chat, just certain ones. Like this one, I'm not going to. We're going to go ahead and do Wario's first game himself. Got some of those games for $3. Nice. Man, I haven't gotten games that cheap in years, Red. That is nice. Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, which they call Super Mario Land 3, but I mean, Mario's got a cameo in it. You play as Wario. Yeah, I can see the border there. It says Super Game Boy. It doesn't look like what we saw on the screen. Jealous? Oh, of what? Of finding the stuff at the flea markets? Yeah. Ditto. And the thing is, Red, the place I'm in has a lot of flea markets. I need to start hitting them. Now, I've hit my local, like some of my thrift stores, like Goodwills and Salvation Armies and stuff, and haven't been finding anything. Although I do find a lot of Blu-rays and DVDs for next to nothing, but usually that just makes me sad because I think about how much I've spent on mine. Wario Land. Okay, and obey me, Wario. I am your master. Mario is your enemy. That commercial too. Oh, I don't remember that commercial. I don't remember that one, Daylin. Speaking of Mario, puzzle game, fighting the viruses, the Tetris-style viruses in black and white. Classic, yeah. Got to find the old people who want to get rid of stuff. Yeah, that's what I need to do, Red, because that would probably help me even finding laser discs. Because every time I find laser discs on eBay, they always came from estate sales. So they always say that it came from a estate sale and hasn't been tested. Of course, I can't test them either now that my Laserdisc player's dead. There is a Laserdisc player I'm eyeballing from Japan, used, but a good model. But it even used, it's like 700, not 700, it's like 400 something bucks. I just can't bring, I need a new Laserdisc player, but I just can't bring myself to it. Yeah, Dr. Mario, great game. And lucky enough to have it boxed. Going back to the unbox now. For a moment. Or 2 or 7 or something. I wanted to get Laser Active someday. Oh, for the gaming, yeah. Personally, I'd like to find myself an RDI Halcyon. And if you don't know what that is, I encourage you to look it up on Wikipedia. Of course, I know I'll never find one. Or if I do, I ain't gonna be able to afford it. Okay, good luck finding one of those. Yeah, I saw something about one being found at a Goodwill, I guess, a few years back. Someone didn't know what they had. Donkey Kong on Game Boy. This, as far as I know, was the Super Game Boy launch title. I'm going to pull up screenshots of this. It's on like Donkey Kong. This, to me, along with like Super Mario Land and Super Mario Land 2 and Wario Land, essential. Whoops, bumped the Handcam. Essential Game Boy title. My brothers always go to check garage sales and flea market monthly, at one point weekly. Nice. You know, Red, I used to be like that years ago. I need to get back into a habit of doing it. In fact, I'll tell you, Red, it drives me crazy because my Sunday side gig, half the time I'll be driving and I'll see signs pointing to garage sales, but there's just no way I can stop and, you know, take a break to go do it. But someday I'm gonna. Screw the job. Someday I'm gonna. Here, I'm going back to the gaming... to the PC to pull this up in just a minute. Pain. Oh, one nice thing about having this with the actual Super Game Boy is that you can play the game with some of the SNES enhancements that modern re-releases don't account for. Yeah, and it's a shame that the Game Boy Player on GameCube doesn't support those enhancements. It's too bad the Game Boy Player didn't support the Super Game Boy stuff. I like Game Boy Player. I use it especially for my... I'll use it for stuff that's strictly black and white, or stuff that is Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. But yeah, when it comes to Super Game Boy titles, anytime I can. Delayed me by a second first. Gotcha. Matt's gonna be the next American picker. Oh, I don't know about that. Some of the huge ones have food van everywhere. Nice. Man, go get lunch. They got surveillance on you. Who? Wait, who? What? Or become a barter king? Wait, who's got... Oh, from what I understand, Red, they claim they track the GPS in the vehicles. So I would have to be a little bit careful. Soon Matt will have his own show too. I mean, I kind of do. I got the YouTube. For real, find a way to sneak a garage sale visit. If there's any down the streets, I'm going to start looking for them. I'm going to have to just start. Barter Kings was a show where two friends would trade for things and try to avoid paying cash for them. Well, I don't think I'd ever be good at that. So Donkey Kong on Super Game Boy, it starts out like regular Donkey Kong. It's the full 4 levels of your side gig. Yeah, the side gig, they do monitor it with a GPS, or so they say. But I'm gonna just start doing it if I can. Because, especially anymore, Red, because they don't give me the hours they used to. The fact that you called this stream one of those yapping about streams is what made this funny. Really? I mean, I try. I don't know what else to call it. I'm just talking. But then it expands. Retro Pawn Star. It's been a long time since I've hit a pawn shop too. Really long time. But then it expands, chat, from the original Donkey Kong to being just a series of like puzzle levels where you have to collect the keys and get through the doors. And then if you play it on Super Game Boy, it looks like this. The internet has hyped this game up like crazy. Has it? It's a good game. I love this game. To me, this is one of the real... question, what's the difference between Super Game Boy and Game Boy? I think the graphics are better in Game Boy. Super Game Boy is the adapter to play Game Boy games on Super Nintendo. So it adds... it's not full screen, so it adds a border. And in some cases, custom borders. It'll add a splash of color. Not full color, but a splash of color. And it occasionally adds some additional sound effects. These kinds of games are my jam. I did play all the way through this one at some point when I was a little Madamus. I would like to revisit it. This game is one of my faves. Yeah, it's a good game. Good color on the restart screen, that's for sure. Let me go back to the Handcam. Handcam. Okay. Oh, and still kind of in Mario Land. Game and Watch Gallery. This is a, I'm not going to go to screenshots, but this is a selection of like 4 or 8 or something of the old Game Watch games, which are the old LCD games that Nintendo used to make. It's got the original versions, or close to the original versions, and then it's got remasters. Actually, here, I'll pull it up. Game and watch. I said I wasn't going to keep doing this for everything, but I just can't help it. Gallery. Okay, come on. Game and watch gallery. 1990. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it is. It's just 4. This game's one of my favorites. Yeah, I like this one. I like this cartridge. Game and watch, if you're looking for something simple to take with you on a trip, if you're taking a Game Boy on a trip, if you don't want to have one of those fancy Switches or a DS and you just want to whip out the Game Boy, Game and watch gallery is a nice thing because it's got multiple games on it. And these are the graphics are the Super Game Boy. Fun fact, do you know, oh, don't know what that said. Yeah, it's not GBC, let alone GBA, but adds some extras. Super Game Boy 2 almost was sold in North America, but got canceled nearly last minute. Super Game Boy 2 had proper speed, I know that, and multiplayer link. I knew it had multiplayer link. I've never used one though. Yeah, the Super Game Boy 2 would have been nice. Would you consider Game Boy and Game Boy Color the same? No. Game Boy Color supports up to 50s. I mean, okay. Resolution-wise, yes. Color-wise, I mean, obvious. I have to go with the obvious no. Because Game Boy Color supports up to, like, I think it's 32 colors or 56 colors. Which is a lot more than even NES, but it didn't really use them all the time. So in a way, most of the games looked more like NES with the color, I'd say. Imagine 2 TVs linked together, trading and battling Pokemon. Yeah, Game Boy Color definitely did some things vanilla Game Boy couldn't. Yes, the Dragon's Lair port. Yeah, we might get to that. I thought Game & Watch was still making games, but I'm not sure. Nintendo, I think, still put some things out with the line. It's all about the advance. Yeah, someday we'll get to it. Yeah, Game Boy Color, it's Game Boy Plus. Now, one thing I do need to say real quick before I do anything else, as far as backwards compatibility and Game Boy Color games, not all Game Boy Color games are backwards compatible with the original Game Boy. The ones that are clear are not backwards compatible. Ones that are like a super dark gray, almost black, are backwards compatible. And the ones that are backwards compatible, you can tell are more limited with the color. They are more limited with the color on the cartridges. Now, the Game Boy Color itself is backwards compatible with all the Game Boy Black and White games, and with a few games, specifically with Metroid 2, it adds a whole mess of color. It fully colorizes Metroid 2. They just programmed it in there to do that instead of releasing an enhanced version of Metroid 2. And Game Boy Advance is also backwards compatible with Game Boy Black and White and Game Boy Color. But there is another Game Boy Advance called the Game Boy Micro that is not backwards compatible. It's just Game Boy Advance. Be back later. Have a wonderful stream, Matt and chat. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Timmy. Have a safe trip home. Hopefully we'll see you later. I like being here. We like having you here. Yeah, you can like cycle the color palette for Game Boy games. Yes, for most of them, except for Metroid 2. Metroid 2, it's just full on color. It's nice. It's really nice what they did. I gotta say that again. I love that Kimmy changes. I love that you change your name, Kimmy, for the meme. I just love that you anytime it's for the meme, you change your name. That's just so awesome. Oh, Game & Watch Gallery. Just so you can see what it is. Like, I think this is Fire, where you have to catch everyone who's bouncing out of the house. Manhole, where you have to keep all the Metroid covers in. Metroid 2 was especially nice on DS. Yeah, I heard there was a remake. Hey, y'all, just rolling in. Welcome, Twin Opinion. Welcome in. We are looking right now at screenshots of Game Boy, of Game & Watch Gallery. And these are the Super Game Boy colored versions, I could tell. Octopus and Oil Panic. And then it's... Oh. Is it going to show any of the old school ones? It's got to show some old school ones. Oh, yeah, and then it's got the old school ones. 1997, so right before Game Boy Color, pretty much. Welcome to... Check out these cheeks! No! Not the cat! Oh! But it is cool, because it's like... It says it's 4 games in one, but it's kind of more because you got the classic versions in addition to the remaster, which is nifty. I mean, they don't look quite like the classic, but close enough. Oh, no! Oh! Y'all. Y'all! Let me switch back to... Okay, let me raise the cam up for a moment. Okay, going back to boxed copies. I know Link's Awakening was mentioned earlier. This is the black and white version of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. It was reissued as Link's Awakening DX. It added color for Game Boy Color, and it added an additional dungeon. And the additional dungeon you can only access on color. Well, you can access it on Game Boy Black and White because it is backwards compatible also. But when you access it on Game Boy Black and White, you can't see anything. They purposely made the color palette so it wouldn't work. Bring all the nerds to the party with them cakes. Oh, God. Nice box. Yeah, I wish it was in a little better shape, but it's nifty. DX was my first Best Buy clearance for less than $10. I will get to it eventually. I do have DX, but it's not boxed. I wish it was boxed. Man, you are so lucky with that, Daylin. I'm not going to pull up screenshots until we get to the color version. Link's Awakening is a lot of fun. And Link's Awakening to me, it's the Game Boy game that proved Game Boy was so much more than just little portable games to play on the go. Zelda on Game Boy was the one that proved, hey, this can be a sit around and play it for hours type of thing. Oh, yeah. All of my boxed Game Boy ones have manuals. And the original, most cases, the original poster stuff and everything. For Nintendo Power. Yep. I wish I could say that for all my... Now, that's the thing. My Game Boy stuff, I have most of my Game Boy stuff boxed. My family, for whatever reason, most of the Game Boy stuff we bought, well, especially the Color and the Advance, most was bought new, like off clearance racks. DX only has one way. Original has several ways to become completely stuck. Does it? Okay, I didn't know that. I've never gotten stuck, so I wouldn't know. Having the manuals is more feasible for at the moment. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's nice to have both, but yeah, the good thing with manuals, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm lucky with that. I can't say the same for NES because the NES, the coupons have definitely expired. NES, a lot of them I've got boxes, no manuals. Loose carts and manuals, boxes eventually. Yeah. I don't go hunting for the boxes usually, but yeah. Let me move the camera down again because we're going back to loose cartridge mode. Most of my Game Boy Black and White ones are loose, unfortunately. But when we get to I have PDF files for all the manuals. That's one good thing, at least in today's day and age. If you just need to know the manual, you can find them on archive.core.org and everything. Nintendo Power, I meant. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Yeah, Nintendo Power is our business, I think. What is Nintendo Power? Oh, man. Nintendo Powers were glorious. It was a magazine Nintendo used to put out. Nintendo used to put out their own magazine where they would review games and they'd provide maps and hints for like the first half of games. So they'd give you like half a strategy guide. to get you started. But they did a lot of reviews for it was a great way to find out about new games, even though they were obviously biased. All they covered was Nintendo, and they didn't cover any, since it was by Nintendo, you didn't get any third-party stuff. I mean, like, third-party stuff. You got third-party, but you didn't get unlicensed games. Metroid 2 still need to complete this one day. I have never... The only Metroids I completed were on Game Boy Advance. Nintendo Power and Game Informer, good times. I've never read Game Informer. Nintendo Power had entire maps of Mega Man X3 stages. Yeah, and they did put out some strategy guides, which I have, a few that I have that I still use. Like when we played through a few months ago, chat, for those of you who weren't here, we did it only took, I think, 2 streams, maybe 3. We did a playthrough of Super Mario World, and I'm lucky enough I've got a full Nintendo Power brand strategy guide for that. So we were able to 100% that thing. Woo! You know what? That's one thing with the document cam. I hope at some point we can maybe look through. I wish I had some Nintendo Powers other than strategy guides, because I'd love to look through some of these things on stream someday. I think that could make for some decent content. Yeah, Metroid 2, a lot of fun. It was only released in black and white, but if you play it on Game Boy Color, as far as I know, it is full-on color. In fact, let me see if I can pull up screenshots. Game Informer was distributed through GameStop memberships. Oh, okay. I loved my Link to the Past Player's Guide and Super Metroid Player's Guide and Mario Paint Player's Guide. Oh, I do have the most useless strategy guide of all. My Super Game Boy came bundled with the Super Nintendo and included a Super Game Boy strategy guide in case you need a strategy guide to tell you to change borders and color palettes. Nintendo Power was awesome indeed. Game Informer was fun too. Yeah, Nintendo Power is nice. What do we got here? My brother collects so much of the Game Informer books. Did he? Now, see, I remember as a little Madamus, my family had a lot of Power guides, but they must have been donated at some point. I had, which is too bad because I could have sold them on eBay now. It had occasional demos, if my memory's right. Boxes of them. Oh, wow, nice. Mostly useless. Oh, you mean Earthbound. Oh, was Earthbound a useless strategy guide? Need to call Nintendo hotline for that one. Oh, for the Super Game Boy? Older cousin used to call that hotline all the time. I got to tell you, I don't do you. Oh, gotcha. No, it was a joke. Snuck in. I gotcha. Okay. He had to get his own phone line after he racked up a $400 bill one time. Man, I never called the hotline. If I don't know if the hotline was still around, my parents would have beat my... Man, I probably wouldn't be able to walk to this day if I did those. Those and Beckett card books. Oh, for like, for trading cards and whatnot. Okay. Like 300, 400. Nintendo Power Hotline was a 900. Yeah. Oh, he was in deep trouble. I can't imagine. Let me go to the screen. Let me see if there's screenshots on Metroid 2 for the color. Not Metroid Prime 2. Not Neutroid 2. I don't know what Neutroid is 2. Okay. Screenshots. Does it show? No, it doesn't show the Game Boy Color. I'll have to just put that up sometime. Did I imagine most popular create on YouTube? I don't know. I can't imagine that. It'd probably make me a frazzled wreck. All sorts of punishments saying he had to get a job to pay them. I can imagine Matt get his balls beat to oblivion, can't walk after that. That would have happened, Red. Man, that would have happened. No, I don't have pictures of it with the color. But Metroid 2 was another one. Looked really good on Game Boy. The graphics alone looked really, really nice on this one. Let me go ahead. Let me go back to the thing. Let's see how many of these we can get through tonight. Okay. Pack-in. Tetris. Yeah, I still remember the main number for purchases over the phone and for things like returns, repairs, bug reports, the most useful feature. Listening to video game music for free because 800 number. Oh, nice. I've never called even their 800 number. Tetris on Game Boy. I'll give you a guess what it is. Oh, but I am going to have to pull up some screenshots for this. Tetris Plus. The hold music can be amazing. Okay, Tetris Plus, unlike Tetris 2, which I don't have on Game Boy, but on, NES and Super NES, Tetris Plus is a legit plus. Tetris Plus is awesome. I am pulling up screenshots. I love playing Tetris. Tetris is a great game that you could just pick up anytime. Used to play Tetris Plus on Sega Saturn. Pretty interesting entry. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Tetris 2, I miss those. I don't remember the commercials. Ugh, Tetris 2 is awful. Tetris Plus was in arcades. Yeah, it was on Saturn. It might have even been on PlayStation in Japan. I don't know for sure. But as a Game Boy game and Super Game Boy game, Tetris Plus really worth your time. Really, yeah, there you go, Saturn. Screenshots. Super Neo, I don't have if you're talking about Super Neo Geo, I don't have any Neo Geo stuff. PlayStation 1 also came out in USA. Did it? Okay. Well, here, I'll check. Releases. Okay, first. We'll check that first. Releases. Arcade. Game Boy, okay. UK. It was 97 in the US, so that was a late one. Yeah, it was. You're right. PlayStation 1 came out in the US. Have you seen the recent Tetris videos? The only ones I've seen a few streamers playing the newer Tetris games with the different leaderboards, but that's about all I've seen. And then, I did my own Tetris video. This past New Year's, we played the Tengen version of Tetris on NES, which, fun game. Oh yeah, terrible game. The commercials, you can't easily forget if you watch them frequently enough. I don't remember, never mind a typo. Okay, it's still played by people, but mostly on NES. Gotcha. I'll have to look. I'll have to see. Like I said, the only Tetris videos I've done so far is the Tengen Tetris, which is something special. Newest Tetris game is Tetris VR, and I haven't played Puyo Puyo Tetris either. For me, okay, yeah, I can't imagine playing Tetris in VR. That sounds crazy. I've seen the Tetris Glitch Rebirth videos. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Oh, screenshots. I'm getting myself confused. Game Boy. It's pretty nice. Okay. Oh, it doesn't really show. Oh, yeah. Well, it does. Okay, so in addition to classic Tetris, which is Tetris, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge on Game Boy Color was a recent discovery for me. I'm not familiar with that. Interesting. Well, I wouldn't be. One thing, if you haven't been here for it, I've never played a Pokemon game. Even though I've got a bootleg of Pokemon Green, never played a Pokemon game. Very immersive with good music and rhythm. Huh. I'll have to see if I can find some videos on that and take a look at it. One cool thing about this one, chat, it had a puzzle mode where you gotta protect the little archaeologist guy from getting squished. So you have to knock out the different things and get him to the goal at the bottom. Need some Dr. Robotnik. Mean Bean Machine. Oh yeah, Puyo Puyo. And there's a Super Nintendo version of that too. Kirby's Avalanche. So Puyo Puyo is everywhere. Madam S Tetris NES had special glitches, so typical playing without advanced hardware knowledge and techniques meant nobody could ever legitimately beat the game. Really? I didn't know that. I wonder if that's true with if the Tengen had any glitches. Excuse me. So one more reason why the Tengen version is superior again. Yeah, but this is a really Tetris Plus is a hell of a lot of fun. The puzzle mode is a lot of fun. Got the little world map for it. Okay, let me go back to the Handcam before I get myself distracted by that too much. And let me just real quickly check my stream health, because last night we did have a dip, so I'm a little oh, well, I can't even check my stream health because it ran out of memory. Reload. Okay, it says it's healthy, I guess. All right, whatever. I believe you. I'll believe you for now. Until December 21st, 2023, when Blue Scooty achieved the crash. Wait, what? Same. Oh, okay. Still played by people mostly. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. With the hardware could ever legitimately beat the game until December 20th. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Tetris is gone, but Susamus remains. There was an update for the Mod Retro Tetris today. I am not familiar with the Mod Retro one. It's pretty cool that some of the cartridges color-coded, not just gray. Yeah, but the color coding red for them, for the classic ones, with the exception of Metroid 2, the color coding only plays on the Super Game Boy adapter. If you play it on Game Boy Color, it won't pull up the color coding, which is unfortunate. I don't know why it didn't translate over. Ew, what's that? Hair? Oh, yeah, gross. Tetris Blast. Like Zelda is black, Pokemon Blue is blue, and Donkey Kong is yellow. Oh, okay, I'm getting, I know what you're talking about. Oh, the cartridge color. Yes, the fancy ones, yes. Yes, I always liked that. That was awesome. I don't really have many of the color adjusted cartridges that I could think of. Yeah, but you're right, the Donkey Kong lands were all yellow, and the Pokemon ones, yeah, they were colored, and the Zelda one, okay, the reason the Zelda one is black-red is because that's the way the Game Boy Color cartridges that were backwards compatible with Game Boy Black and White were colored. They were colored that dark gray black color. So anytime you see a Game Boy Color cartridge that is clear, it's color only. Anytime you see one that's that black color, it's backwards compatible. Okay, missed a whole bunch. Pretty cool. Rebirth meant the lock glitch lockup where screens were bypassed and it wrapped back to speed 0 and level 0 after max speed, and the level had been attained and then cleared. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Okay. That's neat. Yeah. So that was one way to differentiate. Tetris Blast. I'm not gonna pull up screenshots. In my opinion, is the same game. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull up screenshots. It's Tetris with bombs. It's Tetris with bombs. Oops, I bumped the hand cam. I'm not gonna pull up screenshots because it's Tetris with bombs. But Tetris Plus was awesome. Oh, gotta move the hand cam up again. Okay. Okay, here is a nice one. Another puzzle one. But I'm going to pull up screenshots. I love this game. Kirby Star Stacker. It's a puzzle game along the lines of Tetris. The color is only on Super Game Boy, but yeah, it's a nice one, Super Game Boy. Okay, I'm pulling up screenshots. Yeah, I have to with Kirby Star Stacker. This is a gem. And I want to say it's been released under different titles without the Kirby theme. I think it's also been released as Puzzle League. Kirby's Star Stacker. But yeah, if you can find this one, 7.5. If you can find Kirby Star Stacker at a flea market, pick it up. It is a fun little puzzler. SNES. Wait a second. Oh, there was an SNES version, but it was only in Japan. Ah, okay. So yeah, you match the guys, you stack the stars, you clear the board. Do you plan to stream Angry Birds? The only Angry Birds games I own, Fruit Punch, are, excuse me, are the Angry Birds Star Wars games. Maybe someday. I've never really been good at it. It might be something I'll try an afternoon stream with at some point, or maybe an evening stream. It's not a bad idea for an eventual Fill the Void stream. Angry Birds is free on mobile. Is it? Okay, then I'd have to get some sort of an emulator or something. Madamus, are you familiar with Kirby's Avalanche? Yes, the Puyo Puyo clone with Kirby. Yes. Kirby's Avalanche, which is on SNES. Yeah, no, this one's different than that. I only know Kirby's Dream Land. Yeah, they gave Kirby Kirby. Yeah, I wish I had the Dreamland games. Only one I've got of the Dreamland platformer is on NES. There's one, Kirby's Adventure, which is really good. How many stars can you stack? Gosh, are they going to show anything other than game over screens? Are they going to show anything other than... Okay, yeah. But it's a good puzzler. It's a good puzzler. And I don't think they've got... And it looked good on the Super Game Boy, too. It looked really good on Super Game Boy. Gotta have you play some Kirby games. They're so good. I'll definitely do the NES one soon. We'll do the NES one soon. Kirby's Adventures, the NES edition of Kirby, is of the SNES Kirby Superstar. Okay, are they the same game? Excuse me, chat. Oh, that's an SNES one. Okay. Do you remember Kirby Coming to Get You? No, I'm not super familiar with that. Huh. Not super familiar. I don't know a lot about Kirby franchise stuff. So not super familiar with that. I'm not going to pull up screenshots of this one, chat. I'm going to just... But this is a really good one, which we will play on stream someday. I still need to play Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Yeah, see, the only reason I wouldn't play it probably is I like ones I can play full screen, and I know I can't do that. I know I can't do it full screen because I'd have to hold the Game Boy to tilt it. Did you know Angry Birds did a collab with Star Trek? I did not know that. I only knew the Star Wars one. Not a one-to-one match, but think of it as Link's Awakening is GB of SNES Link to the Past. Ah, gotcha. Okay. And I know there's a Kirby's Dream Land 3 on Super NES also. That new it was a cartoon show on Fox in the 90s. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. Interesting. That new release sticker. Yeah, this is new, chat. And it's hologram. It's a hologrammy sticker. Fancy. Fancy. Mole Mania is really cool. Mole Mania is a top-down puzzler where you have to like clear. It's sort of like Lolo's Adventure of Lolo. Dreamland 3 is JP. No, it was US, Daylin. In fact, I'll double check that real quick because I know I've seen the cartridge. Dreamland 3. Okay, Kirby's Dream Land 3, 1997. Let me pull up the releases. Yeah, no Switch. SNES, yeah, October 97. Those holographer stickers make them kids go nuts. Indeed. Remember, Europe had the SNES too. Yeah, but it was released in the US in 97. Kirby's Dream Land 3. Yep, and it was released in Japan later, 6 months later. Didn't get a Europe release. Yeah, because I know it's one I passed on decades ago. Not decades. But I mean a long time. Well, yeah, it would have been decades. Because it was when I was a teeny tiny Madamus. I know I passed on Dreamland 3 because I didn't have the ones on Game Boy, and I was always kind of a completist. Okay, I am pulling up Mole Mania. Yeah, those stickers made the kids go nuts. Not me. To me, it was just a sticker. When was this released? 96. Okay, so this is a late release Game Boy one before Game Boy Color also. Mole Mania is really, really good, though. Where's a good screenshot? Yeah, there. Clear the enemies. Looks familiar. It's a fun game. It plays a lot like things like Adventures of Lolo and top-down action puzzle adventure thing. I didn't know Dreamland 3 got a USA release. Yeah, it must have been, but 97, that was later in the SNES life cycle. So, I mean, N64 was already out by then, I'm pretty sure. So that's probably got missed by a lot of people. Mole Mania is good, though. Okay, this one, those of you who have been in my streams already saw this a few weeks ago when we streamed it. 007 says it's Super Game Boy and takes no advantage of it other than a really generic background. Do you even have the accessories for Game Boy like screen light attachments? I don't. So Red, one of my, no, not real. Well, I've got some third-party lights I need to sell off at some point, not official ones. I don't have an official Game Boy Black and White. So when I had my Game Boy Advance, which I still have, I, for whatever reason, because the way the retro gaming market was, I sold off my Game Boy. I didn't have the first model, but the Game Boy Pocket model and my Game Boy Color. I sold them off because the Game Boy Advance was backwards compatible. I regret doing that because my Game Boy Pocket and my Game Boy Color were boxed. And I want to say I sold them off for maybe $100 each. And I know I could have done a lot better today. But yeah, as far as light attachments, I've got some generic third-party ones. In fact, I've got one generic third-party one for Game Boy. It's this monstrosity. I wish I had it on me right now, because I would show it on stream. It's all one unit, but it has a magnifier screen, lights, fold-out stereo speakers, and a little mini, like arcade-style thumbstick all in one. It is impossible to use this thing. It is the Game Boy bastardization kit. Lost to history now. Yeah, I mean, I know I sold them to a collector, Omegs. I'm sure when I sold them boxed on eBay, I sold them to a collector. It's just like, because I sold several things, and some of which I regret, some I don't. I had the SNES Design 2. I don't regret selling that at all because it doesn't have RGB. I had the Sega Genesis 3. I don't regret selling that at all because it's just not that great. And the only other thing I regret, I did have the top loader NES, which I don't like the video quality of, but I wish I would have kept it. A lot of things didn't get sold in my city until way after they were discontinued. Usually they were sold at store liquidation sales around town. Hey, that's not bad. I mean, most of my systems as a kid, I can tell you my family picked up most consoles outside of their original NES and outside of the Atari XEGS, which I've shown before, they picked up when they were being liquidated. But yeah, James Bond. I bought a Dreamcast and a few games and controller recently. Ooh, nice! The controller's interesting. Yeah, and the memory cards, if I remember, were interesting too. They had like an LCD screen on it. Buying the Mod Retro Chromatic on launch has inspired me to revisit the GBC library. I've heard of the Mod Retro Chromatic. For those of you unfamiliar with it, it is a third-party Game Boy Color. And from what I understand, it is super, super great quality. Not official Nintendo, but really worth checking out if you want a Game Boy, classic Game Boy Color. Hydration break real quick. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, I'm not pulling up screenshots of this one either, but... And it's got a new release sticker, again. But I want to make a point that this is better than it should be. It's beautiful, little pricey, but worth it. Gotcha. King of the Fighters 95 on Game Boy Black and White and Super Game Boy. Okay. It is a chibi art style port of King of the Fighters on Game Boy. The artwork of the characters is very chibi also in the game, not just on the cover. So the thing about this, a black and white Game Boy port of a one-on-one fighting game should be total crap. There is a port of Mortal Kombat on Game Boy. Crap. There is a port of Street Fighter 2 on Game Boy. Mediocre. King of the Fighters have felt kind of clunky to play. This is the best. I am pulling up screenshots, actually. This is the best one-on-one fighter I've ever played on Game Boy. This thing plays really well. I've heard good things about this, yeah. This thing plays better than it should. This game should be crap, and it's not. This is one of those ones that I looked at and was like, wow, why couldn't this have been on NES? Okay, let me switch screens, because now I have to pull it up. Chibi style reminds me of Mighty Final Fight. That's one of those things I really wish I owned on NES, Zooty. That's one of those NES cartridges I really, really wish I owned. Mighty Final Fight, chat, is a port of Final Fight with a chibi art style. It's one player and it's on NES, but it's really, really cool. King of Fighters 95. This game, like I said, it should suck. It should suck. And it's got, well, the title screen's got good color for the Game Boy, Super Game Boy. Here, I'll just show the black and white, but, well, no, I'll just... But yeah, what you were saying, Red, about it being, about King of Fighters felt clunky. I've never really played a lot of them. I have some of the PC ports of the older ones, but I've never really played many of them. I suck at one-on-one fighting games. But I will say this one right here is one of the few I really enjoyed. Oh, I missed what Daylin said. Got to take care of some stuff around here, so I'll see you all later. Alternatively, have a good night if stream ends before I return. Hey, have a good night, Daylin. Thanks for stopping by. Man, my throat is really weak tonight. Yeah, good luck with the stuff. That sounded odd. But yeah, really, really shockingly good. Shockingly good. This game has no right to be this good. All right, we're going back to loose cartridges. And some of these I'm not going to pull up. Some of them I will. Okay, we're heading to Capcom land. Gargoyle's Quest. Oh. This character actually should be red. I don't know why they colored him green on the artwork. Gargoyle's Quest, yeah, I've never played through this. I only say that because I play a lot of fighting game gotcha from Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, King of Fighters, DOA, Melty Blood, Blaze Blue, Grand Blue, Tekken, Virtua Fighters, etc. Gotcha. And I've I've played a lot of them, but I don't play well. I suck so much at them that it's hard for me to tell. So I'll take your word for that, Red. But I will say the Game Boy ones might be an exception. But probably just because it has no right to be that good. AKA Firebrand, yes. Jericho Miles Alvarez, welcome in. I think this is an old game, but good. Yes, it is good. Alan Walker is my favorite dog singer. Okay. I don't know who that is. So the thing about Gargoyle's Quest is it's a RPG. It's got RPG element. Easier than Ghosts and Goblins is brutal. Ghouls and Ghosts is brutal. It's a platformer with RPG elements. So there's a lot of, oh gosh, I guess I'll have to pull up screenshots on this one. Ghosts and Goblins is so, man, Ghosts and Goblins is just made there to, Ghosts and Goblins is there to take your money and make you cry, especially in arcades. And on NES, it's just there to make you cry. And on Game Boy Color, there was a Game Boy Color version, make you cry. Gargoyle Quest. With those do it all over again segments, you don't have the right. Oh yeah, from the beginning. Yep. Yeah, I play mostly fighting games. I got my hands on. Yeah, gotcha. Nice. See, and I feel like I played a lot more of them when I was younger. Because Mortal Kombat, there's blood in this game. It's so cool. Killer Instinct, yes. Killer Instinct, ooh. And the SNES had a good port of that. Happened to me and my cousin a lot. Yeah, gotcha. I've never played all the way through it. 90, so this is an older one on Game Boy. Killer Instinct, yeah, Rareware did a good job. Without my gremlin stick. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, so it's got the top-down NPC areas, talking to people, and then you got the platformer levels. First level, kill the flame as long as Firebrand is still flying. Then you got top-down. My brothers got me into it. Did they? Nice. Yeah, God knows I've tried Red. I just suck at them so much. I just suck at the different button combos. And that's one reason why I wanted to love, but boy, going off on a tangent. There's an X-Men game, Mutant Apocalypse, on SNES, and it's so hard for me because it's like a brawler. Side-scrolling brawler, platforming elements too. But you've got to use like one-on-one fighting game style moves to do specials, and it's just, oh, I suck. They love beating my ass when I was a kid. Nice. Well, but you got good. Gargoyle's Quest, awesome. I'm not gonna pull up screenshots of this one. Some of these I'm not. Bionic Commando on Game Boy. I like this version a lot better than NES. It feels a lot more sci-fi. It plays a bit more smoothly. I think it's a little more forgiving, and I don't remember if it's got game save or a password system, but regardless, you can save your game on this, and the NES you can't. And Bionic is a commando that Bionic is a commando. Bionic Commando is a game that desperately needed game save, and the Game Boy added it. Bruh, they could beat me on PS2. So they took out the SNES on me. Oh wow, they couldn't on PS2, so they took out the Nice. Oh my god. You know, it's funny how that works with the older stuff. It's funny how that works. Always like, you think you're good, but have you played SNES hard? Have you played NES hard? And then now we're back to the era of Atari. You're playing that Steam game. That's cute. Have you played Atari hard? Man. Do you remember Spider-Man Maximum Carnage for Super NES? I never played the Super NES one, but the Genesis one, yeah, those were tough. That and the follow-up, Separation Anxiety. Fun, but tough. And we'll probably talk about those on a future stream. I'll probably play those too. Good times, yeah. I can imagine. Good memories from that. I played a little bit with my cousin. They did humble me. I played a little bit with my cousins, but that was probably about it. And I mean, friends. Of course, all my friends, playing the PlayStation and N64. Here I am, SNES and NES and PC. But PC was so weird in those times. You got everyone playing all these fancy things on PlayStation, and here's PC with the point-and-click adventures. Except for Doom. You had your first-person shooters like Doom, and you had point-and-click adventures. Also, I'm not gonna pull up screenshots. Mickey's Dangerous Chase. It's a platformer. Title screen's different. The title screen on this says Mickey's Chase. It's okay. I'm not gonna pull up screenshots. It's weird because Capcom did great Mickey games on NES. Did great Disney games on NES, but the Game Boy one, at least this one, it's just average, and it's an early Game Boy game too. I believe. They even show me the dinosaur Primal Rage. Oh yeah, Primal Rage. Yeah, Primal Rage had a few different versions too. Was it on PlayStation? I know it was on Genesis. I know it was on Super NES. Super NES is missing a character, or missing one of the character's moves, because I know there was a character who would pee on you as a special move. I know the PC version was uncut. Primal Rage, though, I always loved the look of Primal Rage. Myst is a really hard game, but it has really good graphics. I've got the original Myst, Judd. I've never played through it. I need to do that. I'll probably do that for one of our point-and-click Thursdays. Thursdays, yes. Point-and-click Thursdays someday, because I've never played through Myst. Logic puzzles like that, I just do really poorly at. But I would like to give Myst a go. Yeah, Primal Rage. Oh my gosh. There's a version on 32X too. Okay. I'm not going to pull up screenshots on this either. Star Wars on Game Boy is identical to the NES game, but in black and white. This is the reissue. I think it was, and different companies too. On NES, it was distributed by JVC. On Game Boy, it was distributed first by Capcom, and then I think this is a Nintendo reissue where they did it themselves. I think it still might have the Capcom logo, though. They had an arcade cabinet of Primal Rage at a local video store, rental store in the 90s. Nice! I know the arcade game is on some of the Midway collections that are on GameCube, on one of them. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to pull up screenshots, but yeah, it's the same as the NES one. Tough as nails. How does it play? Oh, Star Wars? Maybe I'll pull up the screenshots. How does it play? Difficult. How does it play? Difficult. I will pull it up. It's a platformer. I've never been able to get very far. On NES, NES version looked like this, and it was on Sega Master System too. The Game Boy one, it was on Game Gear too, and Master System. Wow. Game Boy one played like that. Oh no, it's a Tusken Raider. Cantina, most likely. It did have a couple areas where you fly the Millennium Falcon. Extremely, insanely difficult game and very unforgiving, and there's like only, even the Millennium Falcon, there's like one place to get a bonus deflector shield, and that's it. This game, it's sort of like a lot of the Indiana Jones games. Lucasfilm, I think maybe designed it themselves. Credits, let me see. No. Okay, NES. Does it say if it's a Beam Software? No. Yeah, Lucasfilm games. Lucasfilm just wanted to punish you. Super Star Wars is super hard. Super Star Wars is hard. I almost feel like the NES one, I almost feel like this one's even harder. It's just a punishing game. But Super Star Wars is. Super Star Wars is fun, though. And speaking of Star Wars, there was also a... also from Capcom, Empire Strikes Back. Once again, it's identical to the NES game. This one I'm not going to pull up screenshots of. How does it play? It's mostly a side-scroller again. Empire Strikes Back is even more difficult than Star Wars. So yeah, it's like the movie. It has a bad ending. R-Type. I don't have R-Type on Game Boy, but I do have the Game Boy Color ones. When we get to the Game Boy Color cartridges, I'll show that off. And the Game Boy Color R-Type, I'll go ahead and mention it. It's interesting because I don't remember what it was called. R-Type GB, R-Type something. It's got both R-Type and R-Type 2. And it's got both the black and white Game Boy and the colorized Game Boy Color ones on it. It's a really nice cartridge that I don't think gets enough credit. Let me double check my stream health real quick. Yeah, it's just saying I got too much bit rate. I can't do anything about that. This Handcam just kills it. Castlevania Adventure. Yeah, I wish I had the... Well, and... Yeah, R-Type DX. Thank you, Zudi. Yeah, R-Type DX, and it is backwards compatible with Game Boy Black and White also. It's a really, really great cartridge. Castlevania Adventure. I'm not going to pull up screenshots. It's a side-scrolling Castlevania game. It plays slow, but it's a lot of fun. The Castlevania Adventure, which also gets called Castlevania The Adventure. It looks fine. Yeah, no, it looks fine on my end. It just says I'm overshooting my bit rate, which I can't do anything about. Castlevania Adventure is worth your time. It's one of the old school, though, Castlevanias, which is linear. It's not like a Metroidvania, as they call them now. Also, Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge. I am going to pull up screenshots of this one because it's kind of interesting. Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge, they took a page out of the Mega Man. Let me guess, Return of the Jedi, or they made that game on that. Okay, so Return of the Jedi. I don't know what happened for sure, Judd. They never made a Return of the Jedi game on NES. They did Star Wars and Empire, but they never made a Jedi game. Super NES, they made Super Star Wars, Super Empire Strikes Back, and Super Return of the Jedi. On Game Boy, they did a port of Super Return of the Jedi, but there wasn't a straight Return of the Jedi. And from what I understand, it is not a great port. Europe-only collection of GBC with both colorized. There's a Europe-only collection of the Castlevanias? Really? Is there? I did not know that, Zudi. That's unfortunate that we didn't get it here in the States. That is unfortunate that we didn't get it in the States. Let me pull this one up. What's interesting about Castlevania 2 is it takes a page from the Mega Man book in the stage select thing. I don't think you get extra powers, but it had like a stage select, which was different for Castlevania. Castlevania 2. Belmont's Revenge. 7.7, yeah, it's a good game. Konami collections for GBC. They also have Contra and Color. Darn, I wish I had those. That'd be awesome, Zudi. That would be awesome. But yeah, you got stage select. 4 different stages, 4 different castles. Except it's Pro Protector. Oh yeah, that's right, because Contra in the UK, they got, like, I don't know, someone got offended by having soldiers, so they replaced them with robots. Game Boy Castlevanias, I haven't gotten much experience with. They're fun. And Gradius 2 in color. I'm only familiar with Castlevania 4 and the new gen from GBA. The old school Castlevanias play like Castlevania 4, Red. They play like Castlevania 4. I mean, for the most part, in being linear. Except for this one having a stage select. And the Game Boy ones were interesting too, because as you leveled up your whip, instead of it just getting longer, it also got the ability to shoot fireballs, which was really, really random. Cloud Castle, Plant Castle. And Castlevania Adventure, the graphics are really similar to this. Yeah, Castlevania is a fun time. I'm going to play for sure, chat. Castlevania, we're going to do at least one of them over the over Halloween, over October. Just haven't played the older ones. Yeah, I'm going to play some of the older ones on probably over Halloween. Well, I guess I should say I'm going to lose some of the older ones. I have never beaten a Castlevania in my life. I have never... Well, scratch that. I think I played through one of the Game Boy Advance ones all the way at one point. The new gen ones. But, yeah. Let me go ahead and switch back to the Handcam. And this one I'll pull up screenshots of just because it's rare. As far, oh yeah, by the way, those two black and white Castlevanias, they are in the one of the Castlevania collections on Steam. Hup. The first one is better with save states. Wait, of what? Oh, wrong stream. No worries. No wonder. No worries. I think they almost unplayable without. Which one of the old school Castlevanias? I don't know if they had safes. Did they have? Oh, well, they had the password. Dawn Seeker, welcome in, welcome in. I remember I used to have Link's Awakening. Yes, we just looked at the box of that a little while ago. Yeah, Link's Awakening was fun. Original Game Boy was a gas guzzler. Yeah, but nowhere near as much as the Sega Game Gear. Sega Game Gear laughed at your batteries. GB Castlevania. Password. Okay. I think there was password on the second one too, unless I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. Capybara. Oh yeah, the Capybara song. I love that. By the way, Rhea Sumire, who I push a lot around here, she has a Capybara song out now, a cover of a Capybara song. It's so good. The editing on it goes hard. Castlevania Adventure. Okay. Oh God, Sega Game Gear requiring 6AA. Yeah, and my Sega, I've got Sega Game Gears, but I'm trying to get rid of them. They're both dead. I need to replace the capacitors, and I just soon sell it. So the old school Game Boy Castlevanias are on the Steam collection. Except for this Bad Mama Jamma, and I don't know why. As far as I know, this one's still missing in action. This is Castlevania Legends, which is the first... thank you, Red, for posting her link. She's doing Capybara outfit stuff all week. Castlevania Legends is meant to be a prequel to the Castlevanias with a female protagonist. Do you even know what she was streaming? Yeah, she started same time I did. So I couldn't, go in and hang out, which makes me sad. But this is way more interesting. Oh, bless you, Red. Bless you. I think I remember Legends. Yeah, this one's hard to come by. I'm very lucky to have that. I picked this one up on eBay before prices went nuts. And even before prices went nuts, this one was already high for a loose cartridge. Let me pull up screenshots of this. This one's kind of a downgrade from Castlevania 2 on Game Boy. Except it does take decent advantage of Super Game Boy features as far as the coloring and the borders, from what I remember. But it's generally considered to be one of the lesser ones. It's not considered to be a great one. Your cartridge is in pretty good condition. Yeah, thank you. I'm always a stickler on label condition. I've got a couple cartridges that have like marks on. I got one Game Boy cartridge which has some marker on it I could never get off. But other than that, yeah, I try to be a stickler on label condition. Legends, yeah, as you can see, 6.3, and that's kind of generous. It's not a bad game, but it's hard to even tell that the protagonist is female other than the little ponytail thing. But this one always felt like a downgrade. And gameplay-wise, it wasn't that impressive. It looks good, though, on Super Game Boy. but it's still linear. Bros can have, yeah, that's the thing. I know, that's the thing, Red. You wouldn't even know it's a female protagonist except for the cover, art, and except for the lore. If it's got a lore screen. In fact, do they have covers? Do they even say anything on the back? United States back cover. Yeah, with Sonia Belmont. That's the only way you'd even know, is because it says specifically Sonia Belmont. Because even this artwork, other than you look here and you can see a little bit of the, I mean, that could just as easily be chest muscles as it is, you know, the breasticles or whatever. I don't know how to say it. Not with the boob meat in it. Look for this brand new hit from a mystical. Oh, I wish I had that. Oh, mystical ninja, yeah. Because there is a mystical ninja on Game Boy and I missed it. Yeah. But for some reason, chat, this one is not on the Steam collections, and I don't know why. I don't know why Konami doesn't give this one any love. Oh, continuing with Konami. I'm not going to pull up a screenshot of this one, even though I like it, and we're going to play it on stream probably next month, because next month is Star Trek's 59th anniversary. This is Star Trek 25th anniversary for Game Boy, which is not the same as Star Trek 25th anniversary on PC, and is not the same as Star Trek 25th anniversary on NES. Part of it is a vertical shooter with the Enterprise for some sections, and then the other is a top-down exploration thing where you're trying to find like weapon pieces. Most valuable physical game I got is Hack Quarantine, which I've seen English copies going for 100. Nice, and this that's considered a deal. Oh, I hear you, Dawn Seeker. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, the most valuable cartridge I had, I sold, and that was my NES cartridge copy of Power Blade 2, which I resold for a little loose cartridge, but good label for around the $800 mark. And yeah, great game, hated to sell it, but $800. Yeah, the GB Castlevania stuff with boxes over 150. Yeah, I wish I had boxes on those. I've got boxes on my Game Boy Advance ones, although one of them is hammered. The Star Trek 25th, though, is good. Not the greatest, but we might play this on, we might do this one over the, unless I save it for next year, but we might do it for the 59th anniversary. I don't know if I want to overkill on too much Star Trek stuff that week, so we might save it. Hello, of course, there's 3 different games with the same title. Oh, are there? Gotcha. I'd never sell my copy of Dot Hack because I love the series. Oh, no, I got you, Dawn Seeker. I've only sold things that I could live without. I've made a few mistakes. I love Dot Hack series, known all 4. Nice. I've heard of it before. Own all 4. I've heard of it. Okay. I have heard of it. And wasn't there an anime at some point, or am I just imagining that? I might be imagining that. But, yeah, I've heard the name. Let me take a quick hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, and Quarantine on PS2. Nice! Star Trek 25th on different platforms. Yeah, and different games on all of them. Different games on all 3 of them. And we already did the CD-ROM, which is basically the same as the floppy disk except for the last level and the full voice and talkie. Okay, next one. This is an odd duck. Hack Sign is the anime. Oh, okay, came first. The games take place 2 years after they made. Oh, okay. Came first. The games say, okay, good. Gotcha. Blaster Master Boy, I am going to pull up screenshots of, because this is an odd duck. Because it's not a Blaster Master game. Blaster Master Boy is a Bomberman sequel spinoff. for Game Boy. But Sunsoft licensed it and decided it looks close enough to the top-down scenes in Blaster Master that we're going to call it Blaster Master, even though it's not Blaster Master. So Sunsoft basically, yeah, so it's actually a Hudson Soft game that was licensed to Sunsoft, and Sunsoft pulled a Mario 2 Doki Doki Panic. They pulled a Super Mario Brothers 2 Doki Doki Panic on this one, which I didn't realize. Oh, went from master to boy? Yep, pretty much. Boy. Blaster Master Jr. Bomber King Scenario 2. Yeah, it was Bomber King in Japan. Yeah. In fact, what was the 6.8? Okay. I'll allow it. That's wild. Fun fact, Doc Hot Sign is the OG trapped in an MMO. Oh, okay. Log Horizon came after that, then SAO after Log Horizon. Okay, I know Log Horizon. I know of it. I've never watched it. Blaster Master Boy. Blaster. Yeah, it doesn't even look like, doesn't even look like Blaster Master. It's like a messed up emoji. It's Emoji Man. Oh, ICOM. Okay, so it wasn't Hudson Soft. It was ICOM. Yeah, Dot Hack is the OG before Sword Art Online. Really? Now that's interesting. I did not know that. I might have to check out the anime sometime then, because I usually like things like that to a point. Bootleg Mega Man. Not quite. What if I can get to period 1-1? If I could get. Yeah, it's a top-down thing. Also, the 4 Dot Hack games also came with an anime detailing the events happening outside of the game. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it's a top-down actioner, blow up rocks, kill enemies. There are many enemies in the underground dungeons. Yeah, but I mean, it's a good enough game. I haven't really played much of this, so this might be an interesting one to. I've never played through even all the way through the original Blaster Master on NES, so we'll start doing Blaster Masters at some point, and I'll start putting some polls up on these just like I do on NES games for ones to play. Speaking of which, chat, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday afternoon, we are playing Jurassic Park on NES. Look forward to it or die trying. No, don't die. Next boy, game eligible man. Okay, here's a weird one. I am going to pull up screenshots of this. Godzilla on Game Boy. The music is hands down the best part of the Dot Hack series. Okay. Well, I'll have to give the anime at least a look, and hopefully the games at some point. I don't have a PS2, so unless they're ported to something else. Godzilla on Game Boy. I know the Jurassic Park on SNES 2 is top down. It's pretty difficult. Yeah, top down. Plus, it's got the three. It's got the 3D segments, and then there's a version on PC also, which I've played before, which is top down but completely different, and it's got a really lengthy 3D segment. It's like the first half of the game is top down, and then it switches to a really clunky FPS. The NES one is all top down, so it'll be I couldn't decide on all the choices were good. Well, thank you. I'm glad we picked some good ones. Can't believe Matt missed on PS2, the greatest console of all time. Better than the Ouya, Red? How can it be better than the Ouya? I know. I'm surprised I don't have a single Sony console. I've got Sony stuff. It's not like I'm anti-Sony, because I mean, one of my better DVD players was Sony, and my 4K, one of my two is Sony. So Jurassic Park for GB was the only GB game I owned before Pokemon. Well, GB one's the same as NES, Zooty. As far as I know, they're the same game. Banger soundtrack. I don't remember the soundtrack. But I'll be playing it tomorrow. Still got the PS2 Silver Slim. Nice. Let me switch over to the gaming PC real quick to look at some screenshots. Godzilla is weird. Hardy little thing. Or CDI, yeah. It's the most sold console in history and the biggest game library. And it sold well, too, because Sony was smart about making that thing compatible with DVDs. Because that was at a time, Red, when a lot of people, when DVD was first hitting. So people wanted a DVD player, and oh, well, we might as well get the PlayStation 2. We might as well get the PlayStation 2. It has, it built-in plays DVDs and plays them great from everything we read. Yeah, Sony was smart. Meanwhile, Xbox had no, it didn't have DVD. Did it, or did you have to buy an adapter for it? I know you had to buy an adapter to make the Xbox, one of the Xbox, I guess the 360 play HD DVD. While Sony put Blu-ray straight into the PlayStation 3. Godzilla, I'm getting distracted. Okay, this, oh, it was on MSX2. Yeah, well, first of all, 5.9 score. You know that's the... Okay, chat. So we played Godzilla on NES, and it's sort of an interesting walking around fighting stuff, and eventually fighting monsters game. Game Boy Godzilla has no fighting, as far as I remember. Game Boy Godzilla. Here's the title screen in the US. It was more like a paywall. Ah, gotcha. For the DVD. Gotcha. Godzilla. Okay, here's the screen, the title screen on US, and here was the title screen on in Japan, where Godzilla had Tood. Yeah, I never play a Godzilla. The games are, I don't know. The games I've played are hit or miss. The one I played that's more like a true Godzilla, Red, King of the Monster 2. Okay, well then the one I'll mention is similar to that. There's one on on Game Boy Color. Not Game Boy Color. There's one on GameCube. Destroy All Monsters Melee, which is it's a one-on-one fighter game. It plays like King of the Monsters, but with Godzilla. And, you know, polygons instead of pixels. This one's basically just a puzzle game, where you play as a strange, not quite Godzilla. Oh, there's Hedorah. Your opinion, what was the better system, the Ouya or CDI? Answers both as bad. CDI would be better, Judd. Ouya's nothing. Ouya's just an Android. It's just an Android set-top box. The only thing Ouya's got going for it, in my opinion, I will always say I thought the controller on the Ouya is nice. And I like the aesthetic. I think the system looked good for being just a little cube. But, yeah, I gotta go with CDI. At least CDI is collectible. Ouya's not. Yeah, so they made Godzilla into a little baby puzzle game thing. Something. Oh, it says good luck, kind of. You know, I've got this thing, and I swear to God, I've only popped in my Game Boy one time. I think I only played this one time. I picked it up because Godzilla, and and then it was like, oh, popped it in for 5 minutes. Enough of that noise. Yeah. Handcam. Not exactly the greatest. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's already 12:19. Oh, okay, we've only got a few left. Let me bring up the Handcam. We're going to a boxed one. Another boxed one. We got two more boxed classic Game Boy. Star Trek The Next Generation. It's pretty much the same as the NES game. It'd be like that, yeah. It's not really, and it's the same as the Game Gear game. Matt gotta have all. I wish I did, Red. I'll tell you, there's one I'm missing that kills me. Well, first of all, I'm missing a lot of Star Trek on, I'm missing a lot of PC Star Trek. And as far as consoles, the one I'm missing that drives me nuts is Sega 32X, which I don't have much of a 32X collection, but I hate that I don't have the Star Trek on it. And 32X games, 32X. Let's pull one up. Let's take a look, chat. But let me just say about this, it's not really, it's Star Trek The Next Generation themed, but it's a Starfleet Academy Starship Simulator, and it doesn't have an end. You keep ranking up, and then eventually it just keeps looping forever. Not a bad game. It's good for Game Boy, and on NES it's okay. Let me go back to the, I'm on the wrong, okay, there it is. Let's pull it up. Let's do the eBay, which I do not believe I'm logged in so I shouldn't dox myself. Yeah, it says sign in. Good. Star Trek 32X. 32X stuff is usually expensive, and I've only got a very few 32X games. Well, that's not bad. I mean, all things considered, hell, Chad, I might be placing a bid later. I might be picking this up later. What condition it's in? That's acceptable, sort of, I think. I wish the label was a little better. Box says where? That's maybe, yeah. I mean, the box is hammered, but I could live with it. How's the other ones we've got that are boxed? There's 199. And even 75 isn't horrid. Gonna outbid Matt. Well, it's actually, you could snipe me right now because it's a buy it now, Kimmy. Welcome back, Kimmy. Welcome back. Yeah, that's the one I'm missing that drives me nuts. And I'm missing a lot of stuff on the 32X. I'll tell you one I've got on 32X before. We haven't even gone through these ones on stream. But one thing I've got on 32X that I know is pricey, Blackthorn. 189 loose. There's a boxed copy for 400. I've got a boxed copy, but my box is crushed. Is that game voice acted? No. No, 32X wasn't voice acted, being cartridge. It's the same as the Super Nintendo one, it just plays better. I'm back. Yes, back. Sega technology might as well be alien to me. Sega 32X, there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of history with the 32X. Someday we'll talk more about. Stop buying new Nintendo handhelds after the DS Lite. Nice. Oh, did you check out Fleet Commander? I want to say I've got it saved on my wish list on Flash Viewer on GOG, but I kind of want to pick up the CDs because I know there's an expansion pack that I don't think GOG has. But yeah, 32X stuff is pricey. I do have Space Harrier. How much is that going for on 32X? Space Harrier's going for a lot. Well, brand new, that's not bad. Yeah, it's going for a lot. Pretty decent too. Space Harrier is such an awesome. The 32X version of Space Harrier is badass, chat. It's amazing. Welcome back, Timu. Timu? Wait, what? Timmy to Timu. Timuchu. Oh dear. I don't want to get bonked. Okay, cut back. All right, so yeah, Game Boy Star Trek. And that was absolute. Let me get the hand cam back down again. Okay, going back to cartridge level, shop like a billionaire. I have never bought a single thing from Temu. I bought from AliExpress. In fact, the scaler that I use, which is a bootleg RetroTink called the Retro Scaler 2X, and it is bootleg. The instruction manual even says RetroTink. I got that from AliExpress, and my apologies to Mike Chi, but the RetroTink's expensive. Okay, also Star Trek Generations Beyond the Nexus. Never bought anything from Temu or Ali. I wish I still had it. It got screwed up. Are the items legit? Huh. Well, it depends on your definition of legit, Kimmy. I always shop like a billionaire at a flea market. Yeah. There are some... Okay. There are pirated items from AliExpress because China. There are also some things that I guess were factory, I don't know, like they'll have anime figures that are lower priced, and it's because they're ones that the manufacturer, I guess, determined weren't suitable for the full price, of the items. So those are still legit. I know a good YouTube, I'll be there in just a minute. I know a lot of their clothing is not necessarily legit, but it's okay. I used to, like, I've got a ball cap that's a Shaw Brothers logo cap, and I used to have a Lum Urusei Yatsura hat. I wish I still had it. And as far as video game stuff, their video game stuff's pretty much pirated. If you buy video game stuff on there, I'd say just get some hardware stuff because games are going to be pirated. I know a good YouTube video is a crossover between My Little Pony and Star Trek. Oh dear, in next gen, 5 minutes long, 458. Oh dear, that sounds different. I like flea market. I like mindlessly walking around. Yeah, I need to hit one again. In fact, unfortunately that's some of my bad memory. Those NES games that got lost in a move that I've mentioned. Yeah, all the ones that hadn't been cleaned, they came from a flea market. I'd gotten them for pennies, practically 50 cents a piece, a bunch of them, and then box disappeared. What can you do? From what I heard, Alibaba isn't a reliable place to buy from. I'll tell you, Dawn Seeker, the one good thing I'll say about, I haven't done Alibaba, but AliExpress, any wrestling game. Oh, yeah, we'll come to that momentarily, Red. The thing about... I've had good luck with their customer service. Whenever I have gotten things that have been damaged on Seeker, I have had almost no problem getting a refund. 99 times out of 100, they never even have me send it back. They either offer a partial refund or in some cases a full refund and say just dispose of it. I have had really, at least in the past, and that's within even the last year, good luck with customer service. Now, I have gotten a lot of stuff like NES cases. I've tried ordering like replacement NES sleeves, and they've been crushed. And unfortunately, I mean, you get a refund, great, but doesn't change that. It's like Amazon service. Honestly, in some ways, Kimmy, even better, especially as far as letting you just keep the thing. Amazon used to do that a lot for me. They don't anymore. It's called Ponytail. It's short because it's into the TV show. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Star Trek Generations, I'm not going to pull up. They took the engine from that Star Trek Next Generation game I just showed you and tried to make it for the movie Generations. This game does not play very well. It doesn't play that very well. It's not that fun. Kind of like the movie Star Trek Generations. I kind of don't like it. Well, no, the movie I despise anymore. But, yeah, not a great game. Okay, and we'll be coming to wrestling momentarily. Before we get to wrestling, though, we got Dragon's Lair, The Legend. This is not a port of the arcade game of Dragon's Lair. This is a platformer based around Dragon's Lair. The MLP fandom ponified basically anything and everything. I should know I was part of the fandom back in its golden days. Really? See, and I know nothing about My Little Pony. I know nothing about it, except I know there was a movie in the 80s. And I know it's still going strong. I know it's popular. Here, I'm going to pull up the Dragon's Lair real quick. Dragons. And this is not like the NES Dragon's Lair. Oh, pulled up right off it knew I was looking for Game Boy. It's not a great game. It's not a great Game Boy showcase. Here Dirk goes in search of the life stones. A big wheel of nuts. Oh, apparently they're acorns. Yeah. I don't know why there's an ancient Egypt setting either. Setting that's nothing like it. Oh, but okay, but wrestling. Red wanted to know about wrestling. All right, well, here we go. Last box. I only know SNES like King of Dragons. Dragons like... Okay, Dragons like... I'm gonna get myself bonked. Dragon's Lair. The original 4-player co-op was fun. I think I've heard of that, King of Dragons. Yeah, because that was released by Capcom, wasn't it? Dirk the Daring in the Curse of the Mummy's Hand. Nice. Okay, so Dragon's Lair. Dragon's Lair was an arcade game that was Laserdisc placed. It was animated by the great Don Bluth, the guy who did American Tail, Land Before Time, The Secret of Nim. He did an arcade game. It is an interactive animated movie that has the illusion of interactivity. If you push the wrong direction, you're treated to a death scene. Yeah, Capcom, I bought the remaster port on PS5. I know some of those are on Steam. I haven't picked them up yet. All right, hold on. Where is it? Okay. I'm pulling up the... Okay. Dragon's Lair. This is funny. I was here for a while and suddenly everyone's saying hi to me. Yeah, it happens. Well, welcome in again, then. Okay. Dragon's Lair. I might get a copyright bonk. I'll delete it later. Dragon's Lair arcade intro. All right, here we go. So here is... Oh, well, here, I'm going to show it on a... No. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Mute the music. I like Gen 4 of My Little Pony, the last song, the last episode when the book closed. I tear up all the time. Gotcha. Top chat does suck. Yes. My bad Dawn wasn't here. Yeah, that's right. Kimmy's been gone for a bit. Yeah, Kimmy, why weren't you here? No, just... Yeah, sometimes doesn't show up. Top chat is, yeah. Okay, so Dragon's Lair. This is Dragon's Lair, and this is what the game actually looks like. The intro for the arcade game matches the gameplay, chat. If you've never seen it.
Dragon's Lair, a fantasy adventure where you become a valiant knight on a quest to rescue the fair princess from the clutches
I love
of
this
an evil
game.
dragon.
This is the
You
game.
control the actions of a daring adventurer finding his way through the castle of a dark wizard who has enchanted it with treacherous monsters and obstacles.
And at the time, this was amazing.
Below the castle, your odyssey
Not that I was there
continues
for it,
against
but
the
I'll
awesome
explain
forces
why.
that oppose your efforts to reach
Wait, what
the
am I getting
Dragon's
bombed
Lair.
for now?
Lead on,
Yeah.
adventurer.
Oh, yeah.
Your quest awaits.
Yeah. The animation is fire. He was totally here. Was he there? Okay. I don't know who's here or what. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, old school animation is something. So here's the thing. And with his grandkids, oh dear. No, I was not there. Let me tell you. Okay, so it came out in 1983. And it's really, he as in Matt. Yeah, I know now. I realized that when you said grandkids. I don't have kids or grandkids. I'm not married. Nothing. There. So the thing about Dragon's Lair came out in 1983. Interactive animated movie. You gotta put yourself in the shoes of someone in 1983. You walk into an arcade and here are all these things like Pac-Man and Space Invaders and the like, and Pong. And then suddenly, here's an animated movie that you can play. And it was expensive too. I think it cost $1 a play. And let me tell you, that game is brutal. This game was designed to take your money, every last penny. Wrestling! Gen 4 Season 2 was the peak of the show. Gotcha. All right, wrestling. So this is my wrestling on Game Boy Black and White. And this is all I got for Game Boy Black and White. There was a WCW game, wish I had that, but WWF Superstars featuring the Macho Man Randy Savage, the Ultimate Warrior, and Hulk Hogan. And who else? $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase and Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig. Hello, sounds like you had a fun time. Okay, the truth is, Kimmy, I've had fun playing that game. My introduction to it is I've got an old copy that they made for DVD. I've got the DVD edition, which doesn't have scoring, but it plays like an interactive movie. That was my introduction to it. The box is fire. Yeah, I like that. Oh, and it's got it's a reissue with the modern WWF logo before they became WWE, even though it's from the Federation, the old school Federation years. And let me tell you, even though this is LJN, good game. LJN didn't ruin this one. Okay, chat, I need to get the next, I need to go grab some Game Boy Color games. I have the NES version. I've got some of the NES ones. I don't think Superstars was on NES, but yeah, I know they had, there was, okay, WrestleMania Challenge, Steel Cage Challenge. I've only got WrestleMania. And there was a King of the Ring on NES. Rest in peace to all three. Oh, yeah, that's right. Actually, to 4 of the 5. I hate to bring everyone down, but yeah, Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Mr. Perfect. Yeah, very similar art on WrestleMania Challenge, yes. And I don't have Challenge. I wish I did. I think Ted DiBiase is the only one still with us. All right, chat. I will be right back. I am going to grab some more cartridges. I'm going to grab some Game Boy Color cartridges, and we'll see if we can just slam through those. Hopefully faster than we've been doing Game Boy. And then next week we can do Advance. Oh my gosh. I almost dropped all of them. If you heard that, that wasn't good. Nice collection so far. Thank you, Red. There are a few things with color and black and not black and white, color and GBA that I'm not going to be showing at all because I don't consider them part of the library. They're ones I pulled to sell just because, well, in one case I'll explain when we get to them. But in a lot of cases it's just because they're ones that are not good. Okay, I am moving as fast as I can, chat. Just give me a moment. Okay, with Game Boy Color, I don't have many loose ones. So I'm grabbing those, and then I will go let me grab some boxed ones real quickly. Okay, I'm just going to do a few of these at a time, unlike the, I'll come back for some of them. I'll go back for some of them after we get through some of these. In fact, I'm going to do this one a little different than the last chat. I am going to just go ahead and go through the loose cartridges first. Before I was doing everything in order, but I think this time I'm going to just do loose ones. Let's get loose ones out of the way. Move the camera down. Okay. Loose cartridge number 1. Wario Land 2. This is one of the backwards compatible cartridges. You could tell because it's dark. So Wario Land 2 has a weird history. It was released on Game Boy. Yeah, it's Wario time. I like that. This is a good game. This is a really good one. Of Wario. This might be my favorite of the Wario Land games, even though I've never played through it all the way. It's a different setup. Even though it plays the same, it's different. Okay, but this weird history. This was released on Game Boy Black and White, and then Nintendo did the screw job. I swear, just within a few months after this was, in fact, let me lower it a little more. Get a little closer for the label. This Handcam, I do, oh, there we go. The focus on this is so nice. They released it black and white. Yeah, I wish they'd made more of the Mario lands too. Yeah, Wario, they made 4 Wario lands. Super Mario Land, you had Super Mario Land, Super Mario Land 2. Then you had Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. Wario Land 2, Wario Land 3, and on Game Boy Advance, they did a Wario Land 4, and then they stopped. I'm back. Hello. Welcome back, Daylin. Welcome back. WarioWare Touch was fun. I've only played... So, WarioWare, the only ones... I know they're further down the road. I've got WarioWare Inc. on Game Boy Advance and WarioWare Inc. on GameCube. There was a WarioWare Twisted on Game Boy Advance. I do not own it anymore, and the reason why is you had to tilt your Game Boy, and so I couldn't ever play it full screen with my Game Boy adapter, so I wound up reselling it at one point. I remember Wario World on GameCube. WarioWare Inc. was fun to play with. It's a good game. It's such an interesting game. But Wario Land was just a platformer. Now, the thing about this is Nintendo really screwed people because they released this black and white, and I don't even think it was a year before they reissued it in color. So everyone who ran out and bought the black and white copy, hosed by Nintendo. In fact, we're going to pull up the dates. We're going to pull up the receipts. Not that. Wario Land 2. There it is. 98. Yeah. Release date. Releases. Yeah. Wow. They released it in, okay, March. The Game Boy version was in March of 1998. And then the Game Boy Color one in the US, it was less than a year later, February 10th of 1999. WarioWare Touched Wii is my favorite. So is that what WarioWare Touched is on? Okay, because Kimmy mentioned that. So it's on Wii. Okay, interesting. I didn't know there was a WarioWare on Wii. And how'd you like it, Kimmy? I've always found the WarioWare games to be so different and so fun. That's the birth of the whole micro game thing. Wait, was it you? I thought it was you. Yeah, you said you played Touch. Oh, you played it on DS. Oh, okay. So there were... Oh. How'd you like it then? Okay, hope you liked it. Wow, that's bad. Yeah, WarioWare's a lot of fun with minigames. Yeah, WarioWare, Wario Land 2, Nintendo really screwed customers. As for the game itself, we'll just show the color ones. I mean, it's Wario. On WarioWare's a lot of fun mini games. Yeah, on GBA, DS, and Switch. Yeah, I've my bad, it was Smooth Moves. Oh, okay, gotcha. I enjoyed it when I was a kid. Bless. Yeah, I enjoyed these as a kid, too. Actually, I played WarioWare later in life on Game Boy Advance. I didn't get into it as much as a kid as I did when I was probably, like, later in high school. Maybe even beginning college. Smooth Moves was Star Fox Micro. Has Star Fox Micro games. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah. Let me go ahead and switch back to the Handcam. As in SNES Star Fox. Yeah. No, I gotcha. Okay, next one for a loose cartridge chat. We'll just go through the loose ones. Game & Watch Gallery 2. The first one was, of course, black and white. This is a hybrid cartridge, so it supports both black and white and color. It's a bunch more little Game & Watch games, including it does have the Game & Watch version of Donkey Kong. I'm not going to pull up screenshots, but if you want a bunch of mini games, this is a lot of fun. I love the Game & Watch Gallery stuff. The boss of the level is the NES robot. Oh, Rob. Yeah, that's an accessory I do not have, is the robot. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Rob accessory on NES, it was a little plastic toy robot, and you had to control it to control the game. It was one of the dumbest ideas ever. I had Game & Watch Gallery 2. Nice. My older cousin had. Oh, really? Had Rob? I never had Rob. Never had Rob. That was one of those things. In fact, Atari, friend modified to shoot disc. Atari made, played on Super Game Boy mostly. Gotcha, yeah. Atari made fun of it with their Atari XE commercials. The Atari XE-GS, I pulled up some ads for it at one point. There are ads where they're putting down Nintendo and say, theirs comes with a toy robot, while Atari comes with a realistic joystick. Or something like that. Nailed his older brother and my older cousin in the eye with it, oh dear. Yeah, well, yeah, we know who won that battle, Atari. We know who won that battle. I like the XEGS, but we know who won that battle. Oh God, now I want to pull up the YouTube video and get bonked again. Roasting the other, yeah, Atari was trying. Remember the Jaguar? Yeah, I kind of wish I had one because I know it's got flashback, and I know it's got a version of Wolfenstein on it too. Atari XEGS commercial. Okay, let me see if I can find the one that has the Rob the Robot. Compared to the NES, yeah, all right. Hope I don't get bonked for this, but if I do, I do. If I get bonked, I get bonked.
Nintendo video game system.
If this is the right one. Remember, where did you learn to fly? Oh, I think I've seen screenshots of that. I think I've seen that played by someone. Also, 6 Golden Coins was the game with Obey Me Wario. Oh, okay. Atari announced Bubsy 4D today. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm not the biggest Bubsy fan, but for everyone out there who loves Bubsy, congratulations. I felt that Atari had been on a roll lately, and then they announced Bubsy, and now I'm not so sure. Because, yeah, Bubsy was on the Jaguar, too. Yeah. How'd that go, Atari?
This is the Nintendo video game system.
That's
it plays
ISIS.
only cartridge games. This is the new Atari XE system. It plays cartridge and disc-based games. Disc drive sold separately, and only Atari comes with a real joystick. Both have guns, but only Atari comes with the target game Bug Hunt. Nintendo has a toy robot, but only Atari gives you a keyboard for playing advanced computer games. It even comes with the amazing Flight Simulator 2 cartridge.
Yeah.
The new Atari XE video game system. Unbeatable.
I love that. I'm going to tell you, though, I love that console. I love that console. I didn't appreciate it when I was a little Madamus. Still waiting for the return of Sierra and Lode Runner. I remember this commercial. Oh, wow. Well, I never saw it until I started looking it up online recently. I'll probably get copyright bonked for that, won't I? Well, it'll be edited from the VOD, chat, if I do. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Mentioned it, or played that flying simulator. Did you, Luciano? Wow. Well, I mean, I did too, because I've got an XEGS. Atari is now named Joel Robinson and works for Gizmonic Institute. Does a great job cleaning up the place. We know what must be done. Atari has been really, for the most part, Atari's been knocking it out of the park lately. They've been releasing some really good games. They've been releasing some really, they got their 2600 plus and their 7800 plus line. They've been killing it in the retro market. Bubsy the Bobcat, it's a platformer thing with a really, really annoying character. But some people are real big fans. It has a huge fan base. Bubsy has a huge fan base. Not me. That said, I mean, I've got Bubsy on stuff, but yeah, still gonna launch Atari into space. Yeah. Bugs Bunny. Oh, well, now the Bugs Bunny games, I mean, some of them are okay, but Bubsy, no. No. Bubsy the Bobcat, no. Okay, Zelda Link's Awakening DX. It's Link's Awakening, but now in color. I wish I had this boxed. That game right there, yeah, I wish I had this boxed. This is the only Zelda Game Boy game I don't have a boxed copy of. Great game. It's like a meme, but looks like they polished the game. Good. Well, I hope it's a good. The truth is, Zudi, I want it to be a hit because I want Atari to succeed. Bubsy looks like something Sonic fans would love. I've played the old school ones, and I will tell you, it's not the old school ones. No. You got that for Switch? Nice, Kimmy. My first Zelda, was this your first one? Why did they call it DX? Because it was deluxe. The original version was black and white. This version was colorized, and they made a few other changes to it, including adding a special secret dungeon. Link's Awakening, good game. Bionic Commando Elite Forces. This one is not backwards compatible, as evidenced by the clear cartridge. This is not a Bionic Commando sequel. This is yet another remake of Bionic Commando. So at this point, not counting the arcade version, you had the NES version, which was more like a military G.I. Joe thing. Then you had the sci-fi looking one on Game Boy Black and White. Now you've got a color one, which is the same thing, except now it gives you the choice between a male and female protagonist. And it adds a first-person targeting sniper section. I'll pull up some... in fact, I'm going to pull up some screenshots on this. Japanese like to shorten everything, which is ironic considering the length of titles for their light novels. Do they? I didn't know they like to shorten stuff. I did not know that. All right, I'm going to pull up all the Bionic... We're going to pull up all the Bionic Commando. Well, not all of it, but we're going to pull up the original. Oh, wait, no, not the arcade. No, we're not going to pull up the arcade because it is too different. It's a different beast. We're going to pull up the ones that are all remakes of another. We're going to pull up Bionic Commando, and we're going to pull up Elite Forces, and they're all the same game. I like how you can see the computer chips. Yeah, it was a nice touch. I like that Nintendo did stuff like that. But yeah, the clear was meant to show that they were the non-backwards compatible, which I don't know. When I see Bionic, I immediately think of Bionicle. Gotcha. So the NES version of Bionic Commando looked like this. Then we had the Game Boy Black and White version, which looked like this. Much more sci-fi-y. And then we got Elite Forces on Game Boy Color, which doesn't look so great, in my opinion. I didn't think this one looked so hot. And it does have those first-person rail, the sniper scenes. Where are they? Do they have any screenshots of them? They don't have any screenshots of them. They don't have any screenshots of the sniper scenes. That's weird. Yeah, and the cutscenes look weird. They look like they were meant to be part of a full motion video sequence, and they took still photos of it. Link Awakening DX added Color Dungeon, Game Boy Color, and Super Game Boy Borders and Super Game Boy Color palettes and unlockable stickers for the Game Boy printer. I do not own the Game Boy printer. I definitely don't own that. Yeah. So Capcom definitely kept going back to the well on Bionic Commando. I wonder how long it took them to make these games back then. I have no idea, Red. No idea. I'm sure there were some that were in development for years, but I always get the vibe that things went much more quickly back then. I could be wrong. Stickers are cool. Yeah, the Game Boy printer, if I knew then what I know now, I would have picked it up. But I think it's kind of hard to get ink for it. Because, well, it was a thermal printer, so you needed like thermal cartridges or something. Game Boy printers got to be hard to come by now. I do have the Game Boy camera. I don't know where it is. So Game Boy black and white, they made a black and white camera and a black and white printer to go with it. So the Game Boy printer, it is black and white. Switch Edition has the Color Dungeon and the Dungeon Creator with the Graveyard Custodian from Ocarina of Time. Okay, I'm not familiar with the Dungeon Creator. That you can't really read it. The bottom text. Oh, there we go. Pitfall: Beyond the Jungle. I'm not gonna pull up screenshots. Chat. It's a color Pitfall game. It's Pitfall. It's a platformer. It's a platformer, Indiana Jones wannabe, based roughly around the Atari Activision Pitfall thing. There was a 3D version of this. No Mayan Adventure. It was on GBA, not on Game Boy Color, as far as I know. Beyond the Jungle, I want to say, chat, that there is a PlayStation version. So Red, oh man, yeah. I don't own a single Contra. I got the PC, the collections off of Steam. I don't have a single Contra cartridge, and I hate that. I don't have any of the 3 on NES. I don't have the one on Super NES. I don't have the one on Genesis. And I don't have any of the... I think there were 2 on Game Boy. Drives me nuts. It makes me sad. Think NES and Genesis. Yeah, SNES and Genesis had Mayan Adventure. 32X had Mayan Adventure. Sega CD had Mayan Adventure. I want to say PlayStation maybe. Windows 95 had Mayan Adventure because I've looked it up. I thought about ordering it. Yeah, I hate Red. You don't know how much I hate that I don't have the Contras. And I'll tell you why I don't. Because when I was a little Madamus, and I was more of a completist, more than I am even now, I told myself I wasn't going to do it unless I could find Contra Force on NES, which was the hardest one to come by. And I never found it. Contra 4 on DS, I think. Oh, and Contra Force is not on any of the Steam collections because it's not really a Contra game. It was some other game that they retitled Contra, and it's not that great. But still wish I owned it. Okay, this one I'm going to pull up screenshots of. This one we may play on stream someday. I don't know much about it, but it's from Atlas. Revelations, the Demon Slayer. I believe this is a JRPG. I've never really played it. Yeah, my brother loved those shooters like Sunset Riders, awesome. Oh my gosh. That was, Sunset Riders was great. Demon Slayer, yeah. Apparently it was called the Last Bible in Japan, or on Game Gear. Oh, so this was on Game Gear too? Okay, it was on Game Boy, Game Gear, what? I gotta look at these releases. Okay, it was only in Japan on Game Boy. Game Boy Color, US and Japan. Game Gear only Japan. And 3DS only in Japan, the Game Boy Color version. Game Boy Color. Revelations, Demon Slayer. Yeah, okay. It's a JRPG. It's a JRPG. Maybe we'll try it out someday. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came too. Use equip. Oh yeah, definitely. Definite JRPG there. Offense has changed to 7. I'm offensive times 7. And let me look at the what's the rating? 6.7. That's not that high. Atlas. I enjoyed the disc. I've almost picked that up on PC, Kimmy. Is it good? Is it pronounced Disgaea? It looked interesting to me. If that's good, I'll add those. I used to have them on my wish list, and I think I removed them. Vampire Survivors has the Contra DLC. Yes, yeah, and it's got the Castlevania DLC. Just funny seeing how popular Demon Slayer franchise is. Oh, was this the Demon Slayer franchise? Because I know there's lots of different... Oh, Sexorcist Academy, Demon Slayer Academy, Rebels, Kunoichi, NSFW. Oh, that's a different Demon Slayer, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't think that's what this is, Red. I don't think that's what this is. Wrong Demon Slayer. Oh God. Is there an anime? No, Demon Slayer the anime. Is there an anime? Oh, okay, now I gotta look it up. Hold on, Blu-ray.com. Is it available? Demon Slayer. Do we have Blu-rays? Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what... Okay, now I do feel old. I know which one you're talking about, Kimmy. I've never watched Demon Slayer, but I know which one you're talking about because I've almost blind bought the Blu-rays. I know what you're talking about from Crunchyroll and everything. I do know what you're talking about. I've just never seen it. Oh my gosh. Ichi Disgaea games are great if you like SRPG. I like some of it. I like some RPGs, so maybe. Sunset Riders was one of my favorite games on arcade. Yes, the arcade game's fabulous. Super Nintendo one's okay, but it is censored. Sega Genesis one isn't censored, but isn't as good as the Super NES one. And it's missing a lot more stuff. I do know what, but there, for the record, not old. I do know what Demon Slayer is. I thought it was a franchise of games, though. My brain wasn't making the connection. Demon Slayer has a ton of video games. Oh, do they? Okay, I forget if it's Bandai Namco or Sega. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Lucy played with my 3 older brothers. So fun. It is fun. Juno Persona. I've watched some streams of it. I've watched some streams of it, Kimmy. I mean, have I played it myself? No. But I have watched... Yeah, because didn't Sarah do some? I know Sarah has. I know, I want to say Neko Lolita has. Sega's Persona. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Shadowgate Classic. If you don't know what Shadowgate is, it's a first-person point-and-click adventure. Persona is Atlas as well. Is it? Okay. Okay, and then so Sega handles the distribution, I guess. Gotcha. It's Ame. I bought him the game. Oh, Sarah's interested. Ah, gotcha. Okay, it was Ame. Okay, Sarah's played I know Sarah's played similar stuff, so I know she's interested. Okay, then she's mentioned it. Might buy it for her. Okay. So mand people have played it. Shadowgate Classic, I'm not going to pull up any screenshots. If you don't know what it is, Shadowgate is a first-person point and click. Started on like Apple Macintosh PCs. There's a version on NES that was a big NES hit, and this is the Game Boy version. Technically a matter of who owns who, because Atlas and Sega are sort of oh, do they? Are they? I did not know that. And last one, I haven't played this. She played Danganronpa. Okay, and 100-line defense cami. Yes. Okay. I guess I got him. I did get him confused. Yeah, and I know Neko Lolita's played Danganronpa stuff too, and 100-line Defense Academy also. Wow. Okay. So this one I ordered online just to complete my Bond stuff. I haven't really played this. It's one of the only Bond games based on a movie. Most of the Bond games that are on consoles and stuff are sort of generic, like James Bond 007 on Game Boy, and there was a James Bond on Genesis. And even the ones on GameCube are all, except for From Russia with Love, they're not based on anything else. Translucent Casey, yeah, those show you that these are only for Game Boy Color. They are not backwards compatible with Game Boy Black and White. whereas the dark ones are. Sega bought Atlas in 2013, did they? I get to see how large the boards are. Yeah, and some are larger than others, because, like, for instance, the Bionic Commando, which has the battery backup in it, it's got, even though I don't think it's that great on it, it's got a larger, they got more going on there. Put it back. Okay, let's do some boxed ones real quick, chat. Let's do some boxed ones. Let's do some, let me raise the hand cam back up. All right. Boxed Game Boy Color. Focus. Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. This is the original Nintendo Entertainment System Super Mario Bros. Ported to Game Boy with a bunch of different modes. It's got like time attack modes and 2-player modes and like a map screen and all sorts of hidden stuff. I had fun. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Judd. Have a good night. We'll see you later. Super Mario Deluxe is, yeah, it's the original Nintendo Entertainment System Super Mario Bros. Ported to Game Boy. Oh, and it supports the printer. It supports the Game Boy printer. I didn't know that. I still see Atlas on the Persona game box. Sega, scary. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know Sega owned Atlas. I had no idea about that. You said when bought Atlas in 2013. Jeez. Totally missed that. Yeah, have a good night, Judd. Okay, so that's Super Mario Deluxe. I'm not going to pull up screenshots because it's a very direct port. Graphically, it looks very similar to the original. How do I get this out of the way? All right, there's going to be a little bit stuck in the screen. Okay, next. It operates as its own company, but is fully owned subsidiary of Sega. Okay, so sort of, kind of like all the stuff Atari's, kind of, the company that owns Atari kind of does, but kind of doesn't own. Didn't they used to be Infogrames, I think? Wario Land 3. Only for color. It's another platformer of Wario. Third one. Wario is back, doing something, looking for money. Don't matter who owns it as long as they don't try to steer the direction of how the game is meant to be. Yes, agreed on that. As long as they don't screw it up at Batwing. Yeah, that's the cool thing about the Wario games, Kimmy. He can get different superpowers. Like he becomes a bat, I think, when he gets bitten by a vampire. But then eventually, I forget how you get to go away. Bat Wario, man. Oh dear. Hydration break, chat. I need a drink. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Except for the first one. The original Wario Land, I think he just had different hats that gave him different abilities. It was Wario Land 2, they started, like, there were things that would turn him into a zombie and everything else. It's a weird combination of platforming and puzzles. A lot of fun. He's still a character for a bad guy. Yeah, Wario was the bad guy, and he was so popular, they gave him his own series. Wario's fun. I like those. There's a GameCube game, too, I need to play someday, which I know I've never gotten through. I think it's Wario World. Game & Watch Gallery 3. It's another set of it's another set of the old school Game & Watch cards. Own series and sub-series. Yeah, and sub-series. Yeah, Wario. Yeah, with WarioWare and everything else. Yeah, Wario did. Wario's kind of like a Shadow the Hedgehog thing when you think about it. Because Shadow the Hedgehog became, started as a villain and then became its own thing. I need to revisit Mega Man Battle Network. Yeah, the only Mega Mans I've got, and I don't count them, I've got them as things to sell. I've got the Game Boy Advance Mega Man Zeros, and because the completist in me, I just decided I'm going to sell them. Since I've got the Steam editions anyway, I don't know, I might change my mind someday. There were so many, like, Pokemon version. Oh, the Battle Network, yeah. Game and Watch Gallery. Shadow is cool. Wario is something. Yeah. No, I get it, Kimmy. I get it. What I mean is, I just mean in general, the whole villain becoming so popular that it gets its own series type thing. Let me open this up. Again, for those of you who didn't see the first Game & Watch screenshots I showed, let me open up Game & Watch Gallery 3, because these are fun to have. And there is a fourth one on Game Boy Advance too. Game and Watch Gallery. Try to find number 3. There we go. 6.7. This one didn't go over as well. They're collections of the games that were on the little Game Watches. Game & Watch Gallery puzzle game, not exactly. What they are is these are the old LCD games that like Nintendo used to have built into watches, or the little like sort of like the Tiger LCDs. If you look up Game Watch, Nintendo used to make these little tiny things, and these are remasters of those. They took the old LCD games and made them into regular, just put them all on a cartridge. Kept your boxes in great conditions. I try, even though I don't have protectors for them, but thank you, Kimmy. I appreciate that. Some are hammered. There are some boxes that are hammered, and I probably would toss them. The truth is, Kimmy, I tossed away a lot. I know that my family tossed away their boxes for like the Atari XE and for the NES. I got into some of these things later in life, so anything I bought new, anything I was able to get new back when they were affordable, yeah, I kept my boxes for. Zelda had a Game Watch made somewhat recently. Yeah, they put the original Zelda on a Game Watch, but it's the NES version. It's not like boxes take up space. Yeah. Well, you didn't know back. I mean, people didn't. I'll tell you what would have clued me in, though. Sega Genesis would have clued me in because Sega Genesis, and I do remember this from when I was a little Madamus, and I wish all my Sega games were boxed, because Sega boxes, all of your early run Sega boxes were plastic. They were plastic clamshell cases, and yet people threw those away. There is no way, if it was a plastic case, I wouldn't have even questioned keeping it. The cardboard ones, yeah, I can see why I would have tossed them. 1-2 Link's Awakening, and I think there was one more, plus the clock feature. Oh, interesting. So this is Egg. Greenhouse. I don't know how these games are played. Mario Brothers. Turtle Bridge. And then I think it's got the original versions too. Yeah, and then you can play it in the old... This is the way it looked on the old LCD games. So it's got the old version and it's got the remaster, which is a nice touch. Yeah, the Sega Genesis boxes being plastic until they went to cardboard. If Nintendo would have done that, I think most people... Well, but Sega Genesis, people threw away their plastic ones. I don't get that. Cardboard wear and tear. Yeah, well, even these, I mean, they do have some... You can see some wear and tear on them. But buying those acrylic cases for them, it's just more than I want to spend. I think I modified Vermin game that featured Link. Oh, interesting. Oh, speaking of Zelda... Oracle of Ages. I love this game. Time traveling Link. You travel between the past and the present, and I think just the past and the present. Yeah, past and present to save the world. This and its companion piece are probably my favorite Zelda. What do I mean by companion piece? Well, I'm glad, at least not Zelda CDI. Yeah. And what do I mean by companion piece? Seasons. Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons, where you change the seasons to summer, winter, fall, spring in order to change the world around you. And the cool thing about these is once you beat one of them, it gives you, you can link it to another Game Boy, or you can enter a code it will give you with the other game, and you can play the other game as if you're continuing on from it. And at times you will meet NPCs who will tell you to go visit a character and give them a secret password back in the other game. So you have to go back and forth between the two games after you beat the first one. It's really awesome. There was supposed to be one more, but fell through, right? I want to say I heard that, Flash Viewer. I don't know about what happened with it. But yeah, I think I heard that. Have you heard Nintendo upping the prices on the older console like the Switch? Red, no, I hadn't, but it doesn't surprise me. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think Nintendo's pricing, I think we could be heading towards a console crash. I think Nintendo might be bringing us towards an Atari-level console crash. I think they're making such mistakes with their pricing and with their stuff as far as game ownership is concerned. But yeah, really cool games, these. Really, really cool games, these. Nintendo pricing is trash. And the problem is, you know, companies like Microsoft are following suit, and Sony's gonna follow suit. I mean, even if they say they aren't, at some point, the rubber, it's just gonna happen. And it sucks. Oh, you mentioned this earlier, Red. Well, you mentioned, and Pal World, other issues. Yeah, they're generating so much negative feedback for themselves with like Pal World things that, yeah. R-Type DX, I love this cartridge. In my opinion, this is one of the must-own Game Boy Color cartridges, which I do not believe will set you back that much. I don't think it's super expensive. It's supposed to be family-friendly. And Nintendo used to be. Yeah, Nintendo was the company that used to sell GameCube for $100, chat. They used to sell, there's a new one, Animo. Really? Nintendo used to sell the GameCube for $100 to appeal to the family audiences. Oh, you don't want to buy little Johnny? You don't want to buy little Timmy Chew, a PlayStation 2, a PlayStation 3? You don't want to spend that money? Here's the GameCube for only $99, and it's got Mario. Yeah. Vertical shooter. This is a cool cartridge because it's got 3 things on. Well, it's got 2.5 things on it. It's got R-Type, both black and white and color. It's got R-Type 2, black and white and color. And it's got a brand new color-only R-Type DX, which combines the two into a single game, assuming you'll ever beat the first stage. Yep, that's what they did. Sony saw their mistake selling the PS3 for $600 and fixed it. Yeah! That's what usually happens. The problem, Red, the problem is the Switch 2 sold too well. The Switch 2 sold too well. If the Switch 2 had bombed with its sales, or if it'd been mid, then Nintendo would probably be going back and figuring things out. Whoa, no, I don't want to update another time. One of my PCs is trying to update on me. So PS5 have the $400 model and the $500 for the disc model. Yeah. You go back and you figure, you recalibrate. Why buy those for Timmy Chew if you can buy them for Evil Chew? Is there an Evil Chew now? We don't know if the Switch 2 sold well or not. There's fake sales number. Really? Okay. Now, I had heard it sold well, but that's fine if the jury's still out, Red. I think it's a FOMO mentality because for the PS5 release, all chews are evil, which just kind of shipped. Interesting, Red. And with bricking people's, the Kimmy who conquered the world. With the way they're bricking all those bricking some people's consoles too. I mean, this is all going to come back to bite Nintendo. Oh, this is a Rumble cartridge. So this is a giant cartridge. Perfect Dark on Game Boy Color. There's a game, obvious. I mean, there's N64 Perfect Dark. So Rareware. I'm not gonna pull up screenshots of it, but it's more of like a top-down. It plays more like a classic Metal Gear. The chews come in all shapes and sizes. Yeah, so it's got some first-person sniper stuff. Yeah, a lot of different gameplay on this. But the thing which is kind of neat about this, and I've only got, yeah, I think this is the only one I count. It's a Rumble cartridge for Game Boy Color. Let me pull out the cartridge. Nobody remembers because of the timeline alteration, but Kimmy was our ruling sovereign monarch for quite a while. Oh dear. I remember the PS5 was rare for people to own. Got mine about 2 months after it released. Yeah, I do remember it being something where people were getting it later. So here is... This is a Game Boy Color Rumble cartridge, chat. And it's got battery backup too. But as you can see, it's really large, and the reason why, it takes a AAA battery for the Rumble feature, so it makes your Game Boy vibrate. You know, if that's something if that's what you absolutely needed, if you needed your Game Boy to shake, there you go. Rumble cart. Let me get that. I can't get the flap back on. There it is. Wait a second, why is it not? Oh, God, I thought I broke it for a second. I thought I broke it. They used shipped numbers sold, did they, to compete with PS5 that was heavily sought after. Really? I did not know that. Pokemon Pinball. Yeah, didn't Pokemon Pinball have a Rumble feature? That's a Pokemon I really wish I had. Does it still shake? Probably, Kimmy. I haven't really tried it. I'd have to put a battery in it and pop it in a Game Boy. I'm guessing it does. If I put a battery in it, I'm guessing it does. Because I never used it that much. I have rarely played it. But yeah, Perfect Dark. Oh, let me pull this back up. I'm going to pull up a screenshot of this one because I don't remember it. Mickey's... You got Pokemon Pinball? Nice! And it's got the Rumble feature then, Red? Does a game that uses AAA battery make a AAA game? I think it's considered to be a really good one. I've never really played through it, like I said. Mickey's Racing Adventure. I'll pull up some screenshots on this one. This is almost like an RPG-ish racing game. Yeah, it does. Nice, Red. I wish that... Oops, I bumped the mic, sorry. That, and I wish I had... I know there was a Mario Pinball Land on Game Boy Advance. I regret never picking that up. All right, let me go back to the gaming PC real quick, and let's pull up screenshots of this. I want to see what this looks like. Mickey's Racing Adventure. Yeah, there might have been a sequel to this. No, there isn't. Good. Okay. Okay, 7.9, that's not bad. Okay, so it's got file select screen. Pete spying on Mickey's hometown and doesn't like what he sees. Because I was gone, I have a question. Got Hamtaro? I do not have any Hamtaro, sorry. No Hamtaro. Pete sends his buddy to cause trouble. Disaster strikes. If you want your stuff back, you'll have to beat my cronies, Pete. Yeah, sorry, no Hamtaro. So it's got a top-down sort of map screen you wander around. Finished working? Oh, glad you got your work done, Twin Opinion. Welcome back. I guess you collect keys and bones and coins and stuff. Oh, yeah. Trade your pennies, Disney dollars, race power-ups, keys, and other stuff here. Okay, so you could trade some. Yeah, sorry, no Hamtaro. We've got... Wait, what? What'd I miss? We've got Matt Taro. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Nice. Well, I guess that'll be the next emoji, probably. Okay, so Pluto mini games where you collect the bones. Matt played I never had a Tamagotchi growing up, Red. I've never had one of those virtual pets. Good idea. Tamagotchi? Yeah, I never... Oh, boy. Something else for... Oh, no! I knew it was coming! I knew that emoji was coming. I did. Everyone died. Not even Tamagotchi. No, I never did. Never had any of them. Sorry. I know it's awful. Choose the upgrade you need. Okay, well, can we show some of the racing? Travel by Casey Jr. to different worlds. Pikachu? Everyone, my cousin took it, accidentally killed. Gotcha. Killed it. Oof. I once had a Tamagotchi. My mom kept our Tamagotchis, probably covered in battery. I said, oof, that's unfortunate, twin opinion. Okay, so I guess there's another mini game. Slide puzzle, joy. Geez, is there any racing? Okay, there's the racing game. There is racing in the game, but it lived. Then my friend borrowed it and left it on the windowsill, third floor. Someone bumped it and fell. Oof. Found outside alive, funny enough, but then ran out of food and died on the way. Oh, that's too bad. Well, Pikachu Tamagotchi worth something. I believe it. I believe it if that was a thing. All right, so. All right, point being, it's a racing game, and it's got a bunch of other stuff there. It's a race, it's racing, and it's adventure. All right, let's look it up real quick. Let's look that up real quick. Let's see how much the Pikachu Tamagotchi's going for. Let's see how much, I mean, I'm not gonna buy it, but... Pikachu Tamagotchi. Really, my buddy has his Pikachu. Pre-owned ones, 40 and 50 bucks. About 50 bucks for, oh. Yeah. Boxed one for black and white model for 109. Pocket Pikachu color. How much for a brand new? Give me a new one. Show me a new. Come on. More filters. Condition. Where's the condition? New. Okay. Oh, welcome, Ruka. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, all the best, and have a great day. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Ruka. Hope you have a great day or evening or whatever time zone you are in as well. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there you go. The old black and white one, your very own Pikachu, is $4.59, and that one's kind of crushed in. Well, I think they both are. Color ones, $179. Japanese one is only $200, but the US one's well, there you go. There's a $250. Yeah, more than I'm going to spend. Pokemon Pikachu 2 GS interfaced with the infrared port on the Game Boy Color with Pokemon Games Gold, Silver, Crystal, and Pokemon Stadium 2 with the N64 GB transfer. Oh, wow. That's nifty. That is nifty. Let me close that up. Okay, and I'll go grab some more boxed ones. We're going to finish going through Game Boy Color tonight for sure. Based on the movie Quest for Camelot, this is, it's black and white and color compatible. It is a decent Zelda clone. I don't even remember the movie Quest for Camelot. I barely remember this movie. And I know I've got a DVD of it somewhere. I know Warner Brothers was really invested in it too, because they really tried promoting it, I want to say. But it is a Zelda clone. You can kind of tell from that picture that's a Zelda clone. Doesn't it look like a Zelda clone except for the giant head? Yeah. I'm going to grab some more boxes, chat. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And if you do go anywhere, don't go anywhere. Just a moment. Let me put these back into the room behind me. Let me take the loose cartridges. we're gonna finish going through the Game Boy Color. We can get through the Game Boy Color, and then we'll just have the Game Boy Advance to deal with next week, chat. And just a reminder, as I work my way back in here, kinda, sorta, something. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Jurassic Park on NES, and 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I will be playing Getting Over It for the first time and probably sobbing like a little baby. Well, indirectly with N64, as I understand it, the GB games could get certain things on 64 game, which would make differences in GB games, which would influence the Pikachu 2GS differently. Ah, gotcha, okay. Well, let me just look at my stream health, too. Stream is healthy, stream is healthy, stream is healthy. Yay, it's healthy. We like that. We like a healthy stream, even though my bit rate's overcharged. Okay. Wait. Yeah. All right, moving on, chat. To stream? Yeah, we'll have to do the Game Boy Advance next week. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been doing that lately. I can't pull it up on here. Yeah, I've been, Wednesdays. I've been doing, because of the Wednesday Win NES Day afternoon. I've been doing, I tried it last week, and I'm going to do it again this week. I'm trying to do a double stream. 3 p.m. I do the NES game for the afternoon, trying to lock in on some of the audience that's wanted me on an earlier time. And then 10 p.m. I do the normal stuff. So yeah, 2 streams on Thursday now. I'm driving myself to an early grave, Red. Enjoying the trip. I got free tickets. Okay, hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, by the way, chat, there is a poll. Those of you who haven't seen it, it's pinned. Ah, Super Shots, welcome in, welcome in. How was it? Oh, last week, it was okay. I mean, it wasn't as large of an, the earlier stream. It was okay. Actually, the game wound up being too, it was Chippendale Rescue Rangers. I knocked it out easier than I expected. The NES actually locked up on me, too. It went well. Smaller audience, but, some different audience. It was good enough that I want to keep trying it. I guess I would say it was good. It was solid enough that I want to keep trying it, at least to spread out a little bit without overkilling and without doing a ton of afternoon streams. Hydration break. Yes, hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. But yeah, there is a poll, chat. Vote in the thing. We've already determined the day will be Friday. Never see, yeah, I think what it might be, Red, my NES still has the original power supply power brick from whenever my parents bought it back in the 80s. So why is there a new emoji? No, it was the emoji was designed by Jintai. We had a slot to fill, and it was the only extra emoji I had, so I'm stuck with it. Yeah, definitely no meant to be a question mark there. No, it isn't the model. No, it's not a new model. Nope. It's just an unfortunate. So yeah, I think it was so Red, like I was saying, I think it might be my power supply. I'm gonna look into getting a replacement one. New model would be wild. Yeah. The only other model I got is the Chibi. Well, I got the Chibi and the Olge model. I got the Chibi and the Olge. Oh, God. Yeah, that will never happen as a model. Never, ever. No. Never, ever. No. Stuck behind. No. Never. I used to make jokes about your when is. Don't have one. I couldn't set it up anyway. Wouldn't do it. No, the BBL. No! Oh, I'm moving on. Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 on Game Boy Color. It's backwards compatible credit. Never say never. I will say never. I am saying never big back library. I am saying never unequivocally. Never, ever, ever. Never. Nada. Never, 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 never. Dragon Warrior 1 and 2. Okay, this is Dragon Quest 1 and 2. It's on Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color. It's compatible with black and white and Game Boy Color. Also has some cool Super Game Boy stuff. Backgrounds. Plays really well through Super Game Boy. Brazilian butt lift. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember, now that I'm thinking about it, I had to look that up. I think I was in Shuggy's stream. I had to look that up. What's with the glove? I always use gloves when I do hand cams. That's all. Yeah. Nothing there. Math Big Backening Special Collector's Edition. Oh, dear. So like I was saying, chat, so it's Dragon Warrior 1 and Dragon Warrior 2. Poor Shuggy. Yeah. Okay, so who's commissioning? No one is commissioning rigging. Won't you? Nope. Line drawn. Classic JRPG. The dungeons are some of the dungeons are different than the original NES version. BBLB. Be Back Later. Yes, Be Back Later was what I thought it was. Enix before the merger. Yes, this is Enix before they merged with Square. Keep thinking Dragon Warriors is Dragon. This is Dragon Quest. You're right. This is Dragon Quest. You are absolutely right. But it's with the US, the North American titling. Really good cartridge. Also really good cartridge is Dragon Warrior 3, aka Dragon Quest 3. Yep. They, Dragon Warrior was retitled to, Dragon Quest was retitled Dragon Warrior in the US until probably just the last decade. Yeah. Wild. Dragon Warrior 3, aka Dragon Quest 3. This is a really good edition. It is honestly better than the NES version. It adds some additional dungeons. It's an expanded edition. Oh, I remember Dragon Warrior 3. Yeah. And the Game Boy one is better than the NES. I hate admitting that. I'm surprised. I was there 1,000 years ago. I'm surprised they got so many on Game Boy. Yeah. Sadly, they didn't do Dragon Warrior 2, Dragon Warrior 4. But they did up through number 3. And it's a really good edition. And that's another thing, too. The versions of these on NES, they changed the character names. They westernized them. So it wasn't about Lodo. The Game Boy versions go back to a more accurate translation, except for the title. Fortunately, Rain got our copy. Oof, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Speaking of Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest, I saw the Square and Enix, the 2 entries turned 1. Was this one both? Oh no, this one's still just Enix, I guess. Isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so again, this is before they... Yeah, this is before they before they got bought out. I saw the Square and the Enix, the 2 entities turned 1. Gotcha. Okay, I had to think it through again. I'm a little slow. Speaking of Squaresoft, the old name. Yes. Oh, and here's a one for you. This is Eidos and Enix put this out. This is Dragon Warrior Monsters or Dragon Quest Monsters. This is Dragon Warrior Pokemon Edition. And I only got so far, and this is a little madamus, because you did have to get your monsters to breed together and have baby monsters, and I could never get that to work to get good future monsters, which is a big part of the game. But this is Dragon Warrior Monsters it's Dragon Quest Pokemon editions. You collect monsters, you raise monsters, you have those monsters fight. Squaresoft and Nintendo made Super Mario RPG together. Great game. Super Mario RPG is great. Great game. But yeah, this is... I'm not going to pull up screenshots. Because if you've seen Pokemon, you've seen this probably. I mean, you know, a similar style. JRPG, very similar type of thing. Okay, now this is a Pokemon breeding wasn't introduced till Gen 2 Gold and Silver. Really? No, well, you know what? Oh, you know what I mean, Kimmy. I almost said Timmy. You know what I mean. I mean it's another monster collecting type thing. Pokemon is the wellspring. Pokemon is the top dog. Not arguing that, but it's a Pokemon style Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior game. That's all. That's all. I was not besmirching the name of Pokemon. Okay, screenshot. Well, they don't show much, so I can't really show you anything. Sorry, chat. Don't forget Digimon. Yes, I still need to watch the movies, too. I got that Blu-ray. Then why don't you got one in your collection? I got the bootleg. I've got the bootleg. Besmirching back library. Pokemon, Digimon, Monster Rancher, Relics of a Time Gone By. Yeah, honestly, the real reason, Kimmy, is because Pokemon was so big, and I felt like by the time I was getting into it, like there was so much already, I felt like I was in over my head. That's the truth. The real truth, Kimmy, is by the time I was getting into this, I felt there were so many Pokemon out there that I couldn't catch up. There. I know that's not a good excuse, but that is the real excuse. Bro sounded proud of his bootleg. I'm not. I'm really not, because the truth is, Kimmy, when I picked up that bootleg, I told myself that was going to be the start. I told myself, okay, I've got the one that wasn't released in the US now. I'm going to pick up all the other ones, and I never did. When Nintendo and Game Freak decided to release a game a year is when Pokemon died. Ah, gotcha. They only did. Do you mean like too many or not enough? Because that sounds like too many to me. Because it is a lot to catch up on. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what you meant by that. Okay, Dragon Warrior Monsters. There's more. Now this is a weird thing. Too many and too little time to work on it. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, good. Then we're on the same page. This is a weird situation here. Because they gave us 2 Dragon Warrior Monsters 2. So we got Dragon Warrior Monsters 2, Kobe's Journey, where you play as the boy character, Kobe. And then it says right here, it's talking about using the game link cable, because then there's Dragon Warrior Monsters 2, Tara's Adventure, where you play as Tara. Bro got like all the Dragon Quests only for the consoles that they released them in the US for. They didn't release any of them on Super Nintendo in the US. Looking like a Digimon tamer. Oh dear. That's what, TK? I don't know what TK is. But yeah, so they basically released 2 different versions, one with a male, one with a female. And I've only briefly played them. As far as I can tell, chat, it's the same game. They just made you repurchase it if you wanted a different gender. They made you purchase separate copies if you wanted different genders. Talk about a cash grab. TK is a Digimon tamer. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Look up TK Digimon LOL, the first box. Honestly, I think they should have just had a mail. Yeah, they should have, Super Shops. This was definitely, they milked it. They milked it. They milked it. Well, they probably didn't expect people. Well, they did know. They knew there were going to be people out there who bought both of them. They knew it. And I was one of the suckers. TK, let's pull it up. TK Digimon LOL, the first box. Oh, okay. All right. Let me put that down. The first box. Okay, let me look it up. Let me switch to the gaming PC and let's look it up. Let's look it up. Go. TK Digimon. Images. Oh! Yeah, no kidding. No kidding, Kimmy. Yeah. With the hat and everything. It's very much basically like Pokemon with a different version. With slightly different Pokemon unique to it. Is that the way they did with Pokemon? Okay. Red, green, blue, yellow, Nintendo clearly never made any Game Boy cash launch. The problem with this, I could be wrong, Patamon? TK and Patamon. Oh, is that the right there? Okay. Patamon is Pikachu. Oh, okay, it's their version. Okay, gotcha. I don't know if the monsters are different between, let me go back to Handcam. I don't know. Digimon was wild, the orange Batwing. I need to watch it. Oh, the orange Batwing is it? Okay, is Patamon. Oh, okay. I don't know if there are actually different monsters between these two. They might be the same monsters too. Unlike Pokemon. Always thought Digimon was a bootleg Pokemon. Never cared for it. A fool I was. Yeah, I've got the Blu-ray of the movies. I haven't watched it yet. And I haven't done anything Pokemon, so. It could be. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check sometime. Okay, this one I need to play through, and I want to do it on stream someday. I don't know much about, but it's a JRPG, action-y adventure, a little bit, sort of JRPG. This is from Capcom, Metal Walker. I'm going to pull up screenshots, because I've never really played through this. I don't know where I even got this. I saw Gollum at home on the cover of the female game box. I want to say the game box is kind of connected together to the artwork. In fact, let me see real quick before I switch monitors. Yeah. Because you could see the Gollum, yeah, right there. I saw Gollum at home on the cover of the yeah, it's both there. So they do connect the covers. And they connect the opposite way, too, so you can put them on your shelf however you want. If you're into that. Or you can, just get a whole wall of them. The round rock monometer. It was male, my bad. Oh, gotcha, okay. Let me go to this real quick and pull up. Let me pull up this Metal Walker and see what it is. Because I do want to see it. Yeah, I just checked, Matt. Is it basically like Pokemon with different monsters? Oh, is it? Okay, thank you for letting me know, Red. The Kobe and Tar. Okay, then I'm glad I've got both. I'm glad. Oh, wait, why am I smiling? Then I'm glad I got both. Thank you for checking that, Red. It is like Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Okay, then that's better. That makes it better. I feel better about it now. I thought they just changed the gender. I really did. I thought that was the most, yeah. Though monetized would be an inaccurate description. Wait, what's monetized now? Oh, why do I keep hitting the smile? What's monetized? Oh, monitor. Oh, gotcha, monetized, gotcha. Metal Walker. Texas Metal Ranger. That was a stupid joke. 99, so this is a later Game Boy Color, 7.2. Anime art is anime manga. It is RPG, so JRPG. I am Xenon, but yeah, I meant Monster. Oh, okay, gotcha. Lurk mode, okay, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping by. All right, so it's a JRPG. I don't know anything about it. Luke, I am your old calculator. Wait, what? Okay, I'll have to, Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll play that on a stream someday because we know JRPGs make for great streams. Where in Ruby have the legendary Continent Land Pokemon, while Sapphire have the legendary Ocean Water Pokemon. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, have a good lurk. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, and this one was mentioned earlier in stream. Calculus. I can't even pronounce it. Make me wonder what their monster version looks like. Let me open. Well, they were basically the same monsters that you found in the Dragon Warrior and Dragon Quest games. Let me pull some up. Let me see if we could pull some up on that. Emerald is the best one. I've heard someone say that before. It might have been you, Kimmy. Let me see. Dragon Warrior monsters. We'll do the Kobe's Journey screenshots. Let's see if there's a... Well, I mean, there's one. There's a cactus. Slash or something. I grew up playing Ruby, though. Ah, okay. You got slimes. Yeah, they're basically just the same monsters that are in the Dragon Quest games, as far as I could tell. Releases. Oh, no, that's not it. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Legendary Sky Pokemon, Rayquaza Dragon Pokemon. Ah. Yeah, there's just too many Dragon Warrior ones for me to pull them up. But it's pretty much all the monsters that were in the games up until that point. The strongest of the group. But Emerald was released afterward. Was it? Okay, so Emerald was that. Okay, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, there's so much Pokemon, it just feels overwhelming to me. This one was mentioned earlier tonight. We'll go ahead and bring it up. This is a badass Game Boy Color cartridge. I can't speak. This is Dragon's Lair, and this is the real Dragon Slayer. Remember that, and the cartoon I showed you earlier? Remember okay, Rayquaza is the goat. I despise what Game Freak did with their Mega Form. Rayquaza had the best ability, neutralize both ground and sea monster abilities. Story is not connected, so nothing to be overwhelmed about. Really? Okay, gotcha. Well, that makes it easier. Oh yeah, this takes me back. Yeah, so this is a Game Boy Color cartridge. Yeah, well, they used this artwork for a lot of the DVD editions, too. Oh, what? Because of the tentacle? Yeah. This is great because this isn't a platformer. This is the actual animated, interactive movie that you played in arcades. They dumbed it down and rotoscoped it and redrew it on Game Boy. But it is yeah. Back then, tentacles weren't treated the same way. It's the arcade game. It's missing some scenes. It doesn't look anywhere near as good as the actual arcade animation. But they actually reproduced it, not even on Game Boy Advance, on Game Boy Color. Can see Matt LARPing. No, but it's awesome. It's really an awesome. I love this cartridge. This to me is one of those Game Boy Color must-owns just because it's so impressive. Blaster Master Enemy Below. Basically, hold on, let's see, what's this? What does LARPing mean, too? I gotta look up LARPing. This is dumb. I know, chat. I don't know what LARPing even means. LARPing meaning. I hear it and I kind of know the meaning, but I don't know it exact. Live action role playing. Oh my gosh. That wasn't what I thought it meant. Instead, still they put in the work. Yeah. Yeah, basically Megaform, Rayquaza has no eloquence nor purpose. It's flashy for the sake of being flashy, while Rayquaza's original design is functional to its lore. Still, they put in the work. Yeah, they did, instead of lazy buggy port. Yeah. Still funnier yet in that system after GBC could watch TV shows and movie. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance, it had the movie cartridges on it. LARPing is cosplay. Metal Slug looking. Yeah, so Blaster Master was on NES, and this is a sequel to it. They made a sequel on Game Boy Color, and it's backwards compatible. I'll pull up the screenshots. And this is a good game. It's a good sequel. It's a good follow-up. It is a good follow-up to Blaster Master. In fact, I'll pull up the original, too, while we're at it. Unlike Blaster Master Boy, yeah, I've never really done any LARPing except for as myself. Oh, that's awful. Blaster Master. Okay, there's the original and Blaster Master series. It's probably in here. Blaster Master 2, Overdrive. Where's the enemy below? Enemy below. Ever happen to hear of the Civil War fighting game Louisiana Steamboat? I have not, Super Shop. Sorry, I'm not familiar with that. I am not familiar with that at all. Madamus is going to LARP the damsel in distress who's trapped by the tentacle monster. I'll tell you, that's actually so all right. On the subject of Dragon's Lair, Don Bluth, God bless him, search that up later after stream. I will. Thank you, Super Shops. I will look that up. Steamboat, Louisiana Steamboat. Okay. Let me know your thoughts afterward. Here, I'll just look it up real quick. Get it. Let me go ahead and do this. Louisiana Steamboat. Let's see if it comes up. But like I was saying, Don Bluth with Dragon Warrior had no idea. It doesn't come up on Moby Games. Don't search it for Tentacle. I'm not searching that. I'll just look for that Louisiana Steamboat real quick. So Don Bluth, he didn't know how to draw female characters, so he went and bought himself a whole bunch of Playboy magazines to learn how to draw female characters, and that's how he drew the female Daphne for Dragon's Lair. He bought a bunch of he just went and got a bunch of Playboys. I mean, whatever works. Oh, I misspelled it. That's part of the reason. Game. Sorry, it's not coming up. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, I don't know what it is, so, I don't know if you got me or not, because I've never heard of it. I'm not familiar with this. Blaster Master. Oh, like I was saying, chat. Blaster Master. It's a combination, something I've heard, don't know much about. I remember there was some streamers on it. Never mind. Thought you knew. No, I don't. Sorry. Talking about it on Twitch. Really? I had no idea. No idea. So Blaster Master is a combination, sort of a side scroller where you have a tank that can jump. You can hop out of the tank with your little guy. And then there are top-down dungeon crawler segments. It's a really, really cool game. And then you get to the Game Boy Color one, Enemy Below, which is, for all intents and purposes, very much more of the same. I think it's got, yeah. You could still hop out of the tank. And I think there are top-down segments. It doesn't show here. I want to say there are top-down segments in it. It's a good sequel. It's a much better sequel than that Blaster Master Boy, which is not really Blaster Master. Let me go back to the Handcam. I'm spending enough time on Blaster Master. Someday we'll do it on stream. Power Quest. This is like a one-on-one fighter with RPG elements. You fight. I'm not gonna open up screenshots, but you fight one-on-one with little robots. And as you do, you earn experience points and you earn money and you level up your robots. And yeah, one-on-one fighting bonanza with a story mode thrown in to spice up the action. Arm your model, pit it against others, power up, etc. and so forth. Decent game. I don't know if I'll play it on stream someday, but decent game. Sunsoft again. Oh, someone mentioned Monster Rancher earlier. Sci-fi. It's more like, let me see if I can pull up the storyline on. I don't know. It feels more read like something straight out of an anime or a manga. Power Quest. Let me see if there's a better story on here. Simple. Mixture of role-playing and fighting game. School has finished and you join a new fighting model robots craze. You must fight your way through tournaments and update your model with new parts to get powerful enough. You walk around town to find opponents to beat and get money to buy new parts before you enter the tournaments. So it's a little bit sci-fi, but it's more of like a fighting with toy robot. It feels like something straight out of a generic anime or manga, but it's good. Sound like Power Ranger, Metabot, probably like Metabots, I'd guess. Is my guess. If Metabots is what I think it is, let me look it up real quick, and I will. You mentioned Monster Rancher. Well, we're about to see it again. Metabots. Yeah, maybe. Probably closer to that, because they're little teeny tiny models. Hydration break. Before we talk about this, if you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. Oh my God, it's 2 o'clock already. We gotta get through these. We don't have many left. Just a small stack. So Monster Rancher Explorer. History behind this. I was in a Goodwill and they had a whole stack of these brand new for $10 a pop. So I got one. It's basically like a puzzle game. In fact, let me go. Monster Rancher seemed cool. I don't know anything about Monster Rancher. I don't know anything about it. I just know that this was more of like a puzzle game than probably real Monster Rancher. Sort of, yeah, like a puzzle platformer thing. Are there any screenshots? LOL, licky tongue cousin. Wait, what? Don't forget to save the monsters from the evil moo. Monster Rancher anime restaurant reference. Ah, okay. So you're in a tower. Is Licky Tongue... Okay. Is Licky Tongue Pokemon or something else? Before I get bonked, is it Pokemon or something else? Yeah, that one with the tongue on the cover. Ah, is it? Okay, so yeah, it's a puzzle thing where you gotta make your way to the exit. Look it up. Okay. Alright, Licky Tongue. Am I gonna find some uncomfortable fan fiction? Licky Tongue images. Ah, okay, I've seen this one before. I've seen this one. I have seen this one. That I don't know. It'll lick you to death. Oh, well, I used to have a dog that was like that. It is a Pokemon. Unlikely, but possible. Yeah, no joke. Yeah, I got a feel. I have a bad feeling that this was in, because I remember when a lot of VTubers were doing the Pokemon Smash or Pass, which always just seemed really uncomfortable for me. That seemed like really uncomfortable that people were doing that. Okay, so yeah, this isn't even like probably what Monster Rancher really is. It's making your way to the top of the Keelicky, oh dear. To the top of the thing. Careful. Yeah, no, I am. I'm already out of there. Yep, not gonna risk it. I'm not gonna risk getting bonked for that. Okay, where are we? Handcam. I'm not pulling up screenshots of it. So Commander Keen, some of you know we played Commander Keen 4 and 5 on Floppy Disk Friday. They ported Commander Keen to Game Boy Color. Ported, I shouldn't say. They made a new Commander Keen game on Game Boy Color. It is, I'm not going to pull up screenshots, but it's not very good. It's id Software licensed to release through Activision. It's just not that great. The Diddy of the Pokemon world, oh no! Ain't no party like a licky tongue party. I'll probably do this on stream someday just because Commander Keen, but yeah. That's all I'm not gonna say too much about it. Okay, and this one, not much to say about it either. This is not my, I'm sorry, Kimmy! This is not my favorite Disney movie. It's one of the Disney movies I don't even have on Blu-ray or DVD. No, the Diddy of the Pokemon world is Hypno. Oh, because of Hypnotize. Yeah, probably. Ain't no party like a Hypno party. Disney's Tarzan. I'm going to tell you something about this one. The animation on this one is so good. This game looks so good, it could pass as Game Boy Advance. Hypno will eat your dreams. Oh, well. Any good bowl of ramen before you go to bed will do that. Knows hypnosis and dream eater. Disney's Tarzan is you like ramen. Welcome in, Kirby, the Star Warrior, and Pigman Gaming. I love ramen too. In fact, I had some cheap instant noodles for dinner. Tarzan, you'll be in my heart. Oh, is Kimmy a fan of Tarzan? I need to see the Tarzan Disney movie again. I've seen a lot of Tarzan stuff, but the Disney one I only saw once. I still love Tarzan and the Lost City. I don't remember. I know Phil Collins did the music. Yeah, I gotta go. Let me pull up the graphics on this one. A song from the movie. Oh, okay. All right. I thought it was maybe your favorite or something. I need to see it again. I've seen plenty of Tarzan stuff, but the Disney one I think I've only seen one time. I mean, Tarzan and the Lost City, which is a guilty pleasure of mine. Ooh, we should do a watch along. Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes, starring Christopher Lambert, the Highlander. Tarzan. Yeah, this is a late release Game Boy Color, I think. 99, well, not too late release. Tarzan got the tea set. Okay. Not quite sure. Yeah, this one looked, I mean, it doesn't look that great there now that I'm looking at it, but on the little Game Boy screen, the animation on this is super fluid. It is super fluid. It really was one of the best looking Game Boy again. From Beauty and the Beast. Okay. I do know Beauty and the Beast. Moving on creepers. Yay, try again. Okay. Let me go ahead and get back to the hand cam. But yeah, Tarzan was a good enough game. Tarzan was a better game than I would expect. Okay, this next one, chat, I love, and I am going to play on stream someday. I have never played all the way through it. I love it. And I'm not going to pull up screenshots, but I'll just tell you about it. Timon? There we go. Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers. For all intents and purposes, chat, this, I'm not going to pull up screenshots. You're just going to take my word. For all intents and purposes, this is a point-and-click adventure. Timon, Timon from the, oh, yeah. Timon and Pumbaa. Okay, yes, I remember them now. Yes. Yep, the creeper, yep. And this is, for all intents and purposes, this is a point-and-click adventure. It is a point-and-click adventure. Oh, the red boar, yeah. In the Tarzan picture you put, oh, yeah, I see that now. It does look like Timon. Point-and-click makes me think of Midnight Rescue. I don't think I've played Midnight Rescue. For all intents and purposes, though, it plays like a point-and-click. I think it still plays, not, it doesn't have, like, arrows to click with, but it plays like a point-and-click. Could the thief be Dr. Jekyll? Yeah, we're going to do this on stream someday. Midnight Rescue, I'm not familiar with. Was that on a console, Game Boy or anything? This next one I'm going to have to pull up screenshots of because it is, this next one is something amazing. In the world of pro wrestling games, this is something special. This is something really special. This is something really special. This is something bad, but in the best of ways. And I want more. This WWF betrayal. Officially licensed product. Was that Pumbaa? I don't know, one of them. Timon was, oh, Timon was the meerkat. Okay. Pumbaa was the boar. Yes. WWF Betrayal, chat, and I'm going to pull up screenshots, is not a wrestling game. Matt be playing late night. What lamp? I don't have a lamp. I don't have a lamp. I got to check, though. Did something happen to the stream? Are we delayed a little? I do want to check. No, nothing happened. Good. Nothing ever happened. That makes me happy. I've been worried since last night's stream went down for a moment. This is not... Okay. What lamp? What lamp? I'm so confused. WWF Betrayal is not a wrestling game. Breaking Matt House plays 5 lamps. What lamps? Oh, Aladdin. Do you know what a lamp is? I know what a lamp is, Super Shofts. In fact, in the words of Anchorman, I love lamp. Betrayal. This is not a wrestling game. 5.7, and yet it's amazing. They turned the WWF into a brawler, like Double Dragon or Final Fight or Streets of Rage, except you play as The Rock or Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Undertaker or Triple H. Brawlers are so fun. You even beat up crooked refs. And the whole point is you're trying to like rescue Stephanie McMahon, who her like kidnap has been organized or something by Vince McMahon kidnapping his own daughter, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, oh yeah, and you kick, yeah, you beat the police. You beat up, yeah, it's got Taker in it. It does have Taker. Yeah, you beat up security guards, you beat up police, you beat up referees, you beat up everyone you shouldn't be. Yeah, we're going to do this on stream someday. This might be the most amazing WWF game in history. This is just, yeah. Yeah, you eat up all the people that, you beat up all the people that annoy you. Yes, pretty much. All the people that are trying to, yeah. And then all the other, depending on which wrestler you pick, all of the other ones become boss characters. So later on, you'll have to fight Steve Austin as a boss and take, etc. Depending on who you pick. But that's pretty much it. It's not a good game at all, but it's so fun. I just imagine Capcom re-releasing the beat 'em up brawlers with WWF. Oh man, I wish they'd reissue WWF arcade game, WrestleMania the arcade game. I got the PC edition of that I haven't even tried out. I picked up a CD it's just a great stress reliever. Indeed. Some of them are really good too. And the Game Boy Advance version of Final Fight is really neat because it's got a bunch of like extra unlockable modes and stuff. Let me get back to the Handcam. Let's finish this up. We gotta finish up. It's after 2, chat. Okay, last 2 cartridges. I want to play the Punisher and fight the Rock. Well, yeah, the arcade game and the Genesis version of the Punisher were a brawler. And you could play as Nick Fury as well. Okay, I don't know why I have this. I don't know. This one is, as far as I know, a baby game for babies. We'll probably do it on stream someday. Just because reasons, I don't know. Plays the Rock and fight the Punisher. Yeah. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I'm not going to post. I'm not doing it. Programmed by Disney, but released through Ubisoft. So since it's released by Ubisoft, they probably have discontinued service, so I am required by law to destroy the cartridge now. Isn't that how Ubisoft's rules work? That once they discontinue it, I'm supposed to destroy it? Right, yeah, I'm not reading that, sorry. That's a little bit too much. For me. And last one, chat, for the night. The last one for the night is Prince of Persia. And I don't know what to say about this. It's Prince of Persia. It's the original rotoscope graphics. You could play it on black and white or Game Boy Color. If you don't know Prince of Persia, think Blackthorn, but with a timer. It's Blackthorn, but with a timer. If you don't beat the whole game within an hour, you lose. And y'all know how many hours I spent on Blackthorn. So, Prince of Persia. It's Aladdin at home. Yeah, but Prince of Persia is awesome. And there are so many different versions. This one is very much like the original PC versions and the NES version. Then you got the Genesis version, which was redrawn, and then you got the Super Nintendo version, which adds like levels and bosses and extends the timer from Konami, and music. And chat. Honestly, I don't like time limit. No, I hate them. I hate them, Super Shops. It ruined, especially something like that. Prince of Persia is a classic, but it is it is way too, yeah, the time limit in it is so unforgiving. For the whole, because if it was a time limit for a single level where you could get used to, okay, if I just go a little faster, but the problem is it's a time limit for the whole game, so you might think you're going at a good clip and then suddenly find out, oh, I've got 5 minutes left to beat it, and there's about 20-30 minutes of gameplay left. Last one, we hate Gate Guy, all the homies hate him. Last one I played was Dreamcast one. See, I haven't played any of the 3D ones. And I know there's an old PC Prince of Persia 3D also. I need to check that out sometime. And Prince of Persia 2 Shadow in the Flame was only released to PC and Super Nintendo, I think. If you like the side-scroller beat-em-up, there's a HoloLive X-Break. Really? Okay, here, let me pull that up real quick. Is it on Steam? Yes, I know you want to reinstall my Windows. I want to say PlayStation or early Xbox had Prince of Persia. Well, gotcha. HoloLive X-Break. Well, let me go ahead and put it on. Let me go ahead and add it to the thing. Live. Holo Saga. It's free. Okay, let me look. HoloLive Break. Okay. Let me just try HoloLive. Stardew. Yeah, I've never played Stardew. HoloLive Arrow. Disgaea Holo X-Break. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Oh, okay. Is it muted? Okay. Oh, yeah. This looks fun. Oh, I've already got it added to my PC, I guess. It's already in my Steam library. Okay. All right, we'll do this one sometime. Cute. Yeah, it does look cute. Yeah, we'll do this one sometime. They have co-op. Nice. Is it network or local? Shared split screen. Okay. Remote play together. Okay. Retro. Yeah, it is retro. That reminds me, one I need to pick up the remaster of is another brawler called Phantom Breaker. I think it was Phantom Breaker. Yeah, Battlegrounds Ultimate. I need to pick that up at some point. Because I've got the older edition of this and I really enjoyed it. Of course, it didn't have all these characters either. It was made by the same team that made Holocure. Was it? Oh, well then good. Then I know it's going to be worth my time. I know it'll be worth my time. Good to know. All right, chat. I am going to take us back into the library and we're going to wrap some stuff up. Whoops, wrong button. Door trans. There we go. Okay. We'll just call that the first half of my Game Boy library. That was all the Game Boy Black and White games and all of the Game Boy Color games. I mean, that I consider part of the library. There's a few others that I've got like listed up for sale, which we're not gonna count those. But that's the bulk of them. So yeah, we'll play some of those on stream. I think a lot of those will be fun to play on stream. I hope. I mean, I hope they'll be fun. If they're not fun, then but yeah, thank you everyone for coming tonight. Thanks for sharing the portable games. Hey, absolutely. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to everyone who stuck around tonight. We're gonna do a raid though. Don't head off yet. We're going to do a raid. I know it's 2:20, but we're going to do a raid. We're going to do a raid. We're going to do a raid. And just a reminder, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Jurassic Park on the NES, and then 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. What was it? Oh, Getting Over It. Finally playing Getting Over It. Finally raging to Getting Over It. Rage games. Yay. Yay. All right, let me look. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Who is awake? Who is awake? Wrap some stuff up. Is it presents or food? I wish it was food. Omegs would be so happy. Oh, for the Getting Over It. Yeah. Omegs is Omegs. Y'all are gonna be eating good. If Getting Over It turns out for me like it turned out for so many other streamers, y'all will be eating good. I won't be. I'll be crying. But y'all will be eating good. Okay, who do we got? Common America. Man and Marapi. Haven't been to her in a hot minute. Cup Kasune. Choco Ichigo. Never rated into Saya. Nanako Niku, I think, is above my pay grade, but let's look. Let me look. Let me see if this person's... Oh, wow. Oh, Banana's on. Is Banana still on? Okay, Banana is on. We haven't raided into Banana in a hot minute. Maymay Majoko's on. I'm always afraid to raid into her. Ryan Valerius is on too. Ooh, there's so many good people, chat. So many great people. Let me see who this person is, though. Let me just see if they are way, way, way above my head pay grade. Oh, well, we can raid into... Have we raided into Nanako Niku before? Chat, I don't know if we've raided into Nanako Niku. I don't think I have. Isn't Banana one? Yes, Banana just went indie. I'd like to raid into someone new, though. I don't remember raiding in to Nanako. Oh, but is she doing a collab? No, she's not. Okay. She's playing something called Terra. Yeah, we're going to raid into her. I think that'll be good. Haven't ever raided into her. We're going to raid into her. I think. I don't think we've raided into her. Chat, I really don't know. Regardless, we're raiding into her. And because I don't know, it's going to be a very, very... I think you have... Oh, okay. Then you know what? I'm going to... I want to show... I think you have, but for a few. It's been a while then. Yeah, just raid it. Yeah, I'm going to leave it. We're going to raid into Nanako Niku. I was debating between her and Banana. We'll raid into Banana next time, hopefully. Yeah, because I haven't raided him to Banana for a hot minute, and I'd like to show her some love. But tonight will be Nanako Niku. Okay, yeah, raid message. Because I don't remember and I don't want to scare her off, we're just gonna do okay, pocket-sized, because we're doing handheld. Pocket-sized back library. Oh God, and the gat! Raid. There we go. Pocket-sized back library raid. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah. Luckily, those emotes don't work in other people's streams, y'all. So ha and double ha. Unless I ever open a Discord server. Yep. This is the only place you can do that. So ha. In the end, I win. There we go. All right, that'll work. Pocket-sized back library raid. I could remember wrong because Rhea might have raid into. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Regulus to no, no, not the Pregon. No. Tomorrow night. No. Oh my gosh, y'all are evil. Y'all are evil. All right. Okay. Got that gat-sized back library. No, I don't want to scare people off. I don't want to scare people off if I'm not sure if I've rated them yet. My copy pasta, y'all. No with the copy pasta. You don't know. No, not the butt. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Jurassic 10. Getting over it. Gonna do a raid. You don't have to go home, but you. Oh, I didn't say thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Red Bernie. Thank you, Super Shops. Thank you, Kimmy. Or Timmy Chu. Thank you, Daylin. Thank you, Luciano. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Flash Viewer. Thank you, Dawn Seeker. Thank you, Twin Opinion. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, anyone else who has been watching tonight. Thank you. If you have been lurking, thank you for lurking. If you have been VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Don't know how you do it, but thank you for doing it. The raid message is posted, just simple, pocket-sized back library raid. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. No.